Today's reading is of the screenplay His Girl Friday from 1939, written by Charles Lederer. Fade in. Interior, anteroom, close shot, switchboard. Two telephone operators sit at switchboard, busy plugging in and out answering calls. First operator. This is the Morning Post. The city room? Just a moment, I'll connect you. Plugs in the call. Second operator. Morning Post. Sports department? Just a moment. Plugs in call. Camera pulls back to disclose the rest of the anteroom. To camera left are the elevators. At back wall, directly behind switchboard, are chairs and a table for visitors. Next to switchboard are stairs leading downward to the next floor. A waist-high iron grill with a gate in it separates the switchboard from the anteroom. A similar grill separating it again from the city room, which stretches on beyond switchboard. At a table in the switchboard enclosure sits an office boy, about 15, doing a crossword puzzle. The big clock on the back wall shows that it is nearly 1 o'clock. Close shot, office boy. As he bends over paper, we catch a glimpse of the squares of a crossword puzzle. Medium shot. As a reporter comes out of the city room, clanging gate behind him, the office boy looks up. Office boy. What's a 7-letter word for... Reporter. Don't ask me. If I knew any 7-letter words, I'd be something better than a reporter. He catches a glimpse of the far elevator going down. Reporter. Hey, down, down. Medium shot, elevators. As reporter runs into the closed elevator door and pounds on it. It comes back, the door opens, and he gets in. The door closes as elevator goes down. The near elevator comes up and discharges Hildy Johnson and Bruce Baldwin. Bruce carries an umbrella and wears a raincoat. Medium close shot, table. Office boy looking over his puzzle as Hildy and Bruce come into the scene. Hildy, with a smile. Hello, Skinny. Remember me? Office boy looks up, then a glowing smile. Hildy Johnson. Close shot, switchboard. Hildy approaches the switchboard. Hildy, to operator. Hello, Maisie. The first operator looks up. Maisie. Hello, Hildy. You coming back? No, just visiting. Tell me, is the Lord of the Universe in today? He is, and in a very bad humor. I think somebody stole one of his crown jewels. Shall I announce you? No, never mind. I'll blow my own trumpet. 3-shot, Bruce, Hildy, and operator. Hildy turns to Bruce. I won't be more than 10 minutes, I promise you. Bruce. Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you. We hear a giggle off scene. Close shot, office boy. He looks toward Bruce and Hildy and giggles. 2-shot, Bruce and Hildy. Hildy. What did you say, Bruce? Bruce, embarrassed, looks at the office boy, then looks back at Hildy as they turn towards second gate leading into city room. Bruce. I said even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you. Hildy. Don't be embarrassed, Bruce. I heard it, but I just wanted to hear it again. I can stand being spoiled a little. The gentleman I'm going to have a chat with did very little spoiling. Bruce, grimly. I'd like to spoil him just once. Sure you don't want me to go in with you? Hildy. My job, Bruce. I started it, and I'll finish it. Bruce. I suppose you're right, but if it gets rough, remember I'm here. I'll come a-running, partner. She starts to push open the iron-grilled gate leading into the city room. Bruce quickly springs forward and opens it for her. Hildy smiles. Thanks, Bruce. She kisses his cheek and walks through. He looks after her. The office boy whistles. Bruce pays no attention, but stares after Hildy. Medium shot, shooting down length of city room. Hildy starts to walk through city room. Trucking shot of Hildy as she walks the length of the city room. It's a long walk because it's a room that takes up practically the whole floor. The scene is a busy one, but gradually, as Hildy starts down, one after another recognize her. There are cries of, "Hildy! Hello, Hildy!" etc. from the men as Hildy goes straight down the aisle. She never stops but waves her own greetings. Jim! Hi, good looking. Laura. Hello, Pop. Nan. Eddie. Hello, Mac. Pete. Frank. Oscar. And gets responses from each one of them. One man is bent over his desk reading his copy. He is standing up. Hildy slaps him as she goes by. He turns around. Say, who did that? As he sees Hildy. Hello, Hildy. Hi, Jake. She passes a middle-aged woman, almost an Edna May Oliver type, seated at a desk, pounding out copy and smoking a cigarette. As Hildy comes up to her, she slaps the woman on the back. Hello, Beatrice. How's advice to the lovelorn? Beatrice, looking up. Hildy, I'll be a monkey's uncle. What are you doing here? Hildy. Point of information. What does a girl say on meeting her divorced husband? Or, what does a girl do, etc. Beatrice, illustrating. My advice is duck and cross with your right. Hildy moves on. Camera trucks with her to the end of the room where she pauses before the frosted glass partition which separates Walter Burns' office from the rest of the city room. Interior, Burns' office, long shot, as she opens the door. Burns is shaving with an electric razor, and Louis is holding the mirror up in front of him. Close shot, Burns shaving, Louis holding the mirror. Louis. A little more around the chin, boss. Medium shot. There's a sound of the door closing, and Burns, without looking up, says, What do you want? Hildy. Why, I'm surprised, Mr. Burns. That's no way to talk to your wife, even if she's no longer your wife. Burns, grinning. Hello, Hildy. Hildy. Hello, Walter. Hi, Louis. How's the slot machine, King? Louis. Oh, I ain't doing that anymore. I'm retired. I'm one of you fellas now, a newspaper man. Hildy. Editorials? Burns. Get going, Louis. I got company. The door flies open, and Duffy comes busting in. Duffy. Walter. Burns. I'm busy, Duffy. Well, you're not too busy to know that the governor hasn't signed that reprieve. What? And that means Earl Williams dies tomorrow morning and makes a sucker out of us. You're crazy. Where's Mac? He's on my phone. He just called me. They can't do that to me. He grabs the phone on his desk. Burns. Give me that call on Duffy's wire. Hello, Mac? Burns. Where's the governor? What do you mean you can't locate him? Apparently pleading to the one man in the world who can help him. Mac, you know what this means. We're the only paper in town defending Earl Williams, and if he hangs tomorrow, we're washed up. Find the governor, and when you find him, tell him we want that reprieve. Tell him I elected him, and I can have him impeached. Sure you can do it, Mac. I know you can. I always said you were the greatest reporter in the country, and now you can prove it. Get going. Attaboy. He hangs up. Burns, to Duffy sarcastically. The greatest reporter in the country. First I gotta tell him what news to get. Gotta tell him how to get it. Then I gotta write it for him afterward. Now, if you were a decent city editor... Close shot, Duffy and Burns, with Louis and Hildy in the background. Duffy. Don't blame me. I'm city editor in name only. You do all the hiring around here. Burns. Yeah, well, I do the firing too. Remember that, Duffy, and keep a civil tongue in your head. Medium shot. Hildy. I don't like to interfere with business, but would you boys pardon us while we have a little heart-to-heart talk? Duffy and Louie, together. Well, but I gotta... They look at Burns. Burns. Scram, you guys. They start to go. Hildy. You won't miss anything. You'll probably be able to hear him just as well outside as here. They go. Hildy. Mind if I sit down? Hildy sits. Close shot, Duffy and Louie going out of the door. They cast an interested look back and linger a second. Overseen comes Burns's voice. I said scram. They close the door hurriedly. Medium close shot, Burns and Hildy. Hildy. May I have a cigarette, please? Burns reaches into his pocket, extracts a cigarette, and tosses it on the desk. Hildy reaches for it. Thanks. A match? Burns delves into his pockets again, comes up with matchbox, tosses it to Hildy, who catches it deftly, and strikes the match. Burns. How long is it? Hildy finishes lighting her cigarette, takes a puff, and fans out the match. How long is what? You know what. How long since we've seen each other? Let's see. I was in Reno 6 weeks, then Bermuda. Oh, about 4 months, I guess. Seems like yesterday to me. Close-up of Burns. Slyly. Maybe it was yesterday. Been seeing me in your dreams? Medium close shot of the two. Hildy, casually. No, Mama doesn't dream about you anymore, Walter. You wouldn't know the old girl now. Burns, with conviction. Oh, yes, I would. I'd know you any time. He grows lyrical, and, rising from his seat, is about to start toward her as he continues. Any place, anywhere. He sits. Hildy, half pityingly. You're repeating yourself. That's the speech you made the night you proposed. She burlesques his fervor. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Close shot, Hildy and Burns. Burns, growling. I notice you still remember it. I'll always remember it. If I hadn't remembered it, I wouldn't have divorced you. You know, Hildy, I sort of wish you hadn't done it. Done what? Divorced me. It sort of makes a fella lose faith in himself. It almost gives him a feeling he isn't wanted. Holy mackerel. Look, Walter, that's what divorces are for. Nonsense. You've got the old-fashioned idea that divorces are something that lasts forever, till death do us part. Why, a divorce doesn't mean anything today. It's only a few words mumbled over you by a judge. We've got something between us nothing can change. I suppose that's true in a way. I am fond of you, Walter. I often wish you weren't such a stinker. Now that's a nice thing to say. Well, why did you promise me you wouldn't fight the divorce and then try and gum up the whole works? Well, I meant to let you go, but, you know, you never miss the water till the well runs dry. Another angle. A fellow your age hiring an airplane to write. She gestures above to indicate the sky. Writing. Hildy, don't be hasty. Remember my dimple. Walter, it held things up 20 minutes while the judge ran out to watch it. Well, I don't want to brag, but I've still got the dimple, and in the same place. I just acted like any husband who doesn't want to see his home broken up. What home? What home? Don't you remember the home I promised you? Oh, yes. We were to have it right after our honeymoon. Honeymoon. Was it my fault? Did I know that coal mine was going to have another cave-in? I meant to be with you on our honeymoon, Hildy. Honest, I did. All I know is that instead of 2 weeks in Atlantic City with my bridegroom, I spent 2 weeks in a coal mine with John Krupski, age 63, getting food and air out of a tube. You don't deny that, do you? Deny it? I'm proud of it. We beat the whole country on that story. Well, suppose we did. That isn't what I got married for. What's the good of... Look, Walter, I came up here to tell you that you'll have to stop phoning me a dozen times a day, sending 20 telegrams, all the rest of it, because I'm... Let's not fight, Hildy. Tell you what, you come back to work on the paper, and if we find we can't get along in a friendly way, we'll get married again. What? I haven't any hard feelings. Walter, you're wonderful in a loathsome sort of way. Now would you mind keeping quiet long enough for me to tell you what I came up here for? Burns, rising, reaching for his hat. Sure, come on, we'll have some lunch and you can tell me everything. Hildy, also rising. I have a lunch date. I just want... You can break it, can't you? No, I can't. Sure you can. Come on. Different angle. Don't tell me what to do. We're divorced. I'm a free woman. You're not my husband and you're not my boss. And what's more, you're not going to be my boss. What do you mean by that? Just what I said. That's what I... You mean you're not coming back to work here? That's the first time you've been right today. That's what I... Burns, still interrupting her. You've had a better offer, huh? You bet I've got a better offer. Well, go on and take it. Work for somebody else. That's the gratitude I get for... I know, Walter, but I... Burns, ignoring her. What were you when you came here 5 years ago? A little college girl from a school of journalism. I took a little doll-faced mug. You wouldn't have taken me if I hadn't been doll-faced. Why should I? I thought it would be a novelty to have a face around here a man could look at without shuddering. Listen, Walter. I made a great reporter out of you, Hildy, but you won't be half as good on any other paper, and you know it. You need me, and I need you, and the paper needs both of us. Well, the paper will have to learn to do without me, and so will you. It just didn't work out, Walter. Wider angle. Burns. It would have worked if you'd been satisfied with just being editor and reporter, but no, you had to marry me and spoil everything. I wasn't satisfied. I suppose I proposed to you? Well, you practically did, making goo-goo eyes at me for 2 years till I broke down. And I still claim I was tight the night I proposed. If you'd been a gentleman, you'd have forgotten all about it, but not you. You... She grabs something and chucks it at him. He ducks. The phone rings. Burns, to Hildy. You're losing your eye. You used to be able to pitch better than that. He reaches for the phone. Hello? Yeah, what? Sweeney? Well, what can I do for you? Close shot of Duffy, seated at his desk, talking into phone. Duffy. What's the matter with you? Are you drunk? This is Duffy, not Sweeney. Close shot of Burns and Hildy. Burns into the phone. Sweeney, you can't do that to me. Not today of all days. Oh, no, Sweeney. Well, I suppose so. All right, if you have to, you have to. He hangs up. How do you like that? Everything happens to me with 365 days in the year. This has to be the day. What's the matter? Sweeney. Dead? Not yet. Might just as well be. The only man on the paper who can write, and his wife picks this morning to have a baby. Close shot of Hildy. Sweeney? Well, after all, he didn't do it on purpose, did he? Close shot, Burns and Hildy. Burns. I don't care whether he did or not. He's supposed to be covering the Earl Williams case, and there he is, waiting at the hospital. Is there no sense of honor left in this country? Well, haven't you got anybody else? There's nobody else on the paper who can write. This'll break me, unless... He stares at Hildy, then a light breaks. Hildy! No. You've got to help me, Hildy. Keep away. It'll bring us together again, Hildy, just the way we used to be. That's what I'm afraid of. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Don't mock, Hildy. This is bigger than anything that's happened to us. Don't do it for me. Do it for the paper. Get away, Svengali. If you don't do it for love, how about money? Forget the other offer and I'll raise you $25 a week. Listen, you bumble-headed baboon. All right, 35, and not a cent more. Please, will you just... Great grief. What's that other paper going to give you? I'm not working for any other paper. Oh, well in that case, the raise is off and you go back to your old salary and like it. Trying to blackjack. Look at this. Pulling her glove off her left hand. Close-up of Hildy. She gets the glove off her left hand and holds up an engagement ring for him to see. Do you see what this is? Do you know what an engagement ring is? Close-up of Burns. He looks at the ring, swallows. Then a medium shot of Burns and Hildy. Hildy. I tried to tell you right away, but you started reminiscing. I'm getting married, Walter, and also getting as far away from the newspaper business as I can get. I'm through. Get married all you want to, Hildy, but you can't quit the newspaper business. You can't sell me that, Walter. Who says I can't? You're a newspaper man. That's why I'm quitting. I want to go someplace where I can be a woman. I know you, Hildy, and I know what it would mean. It would kill you. Closer shot. Of Hildy, bitterly. A journalist, peeking through keyholes, running after fire engines, waking people up in the middle of the night to ask them if they think Hitler's going to start a war, stealing pictures off old ladies of their daughters that get chased by ape men. I know all about reporters. A lot of Daffy Badinskis going around without a nickel in their pockets, and for what? So 1,000,000 hired girls and motormen's wives will know what's going on? No, Walter. I'm through. Where'd you meet this man? Bermuda. Bermuda? Rich, huh? Not what you'd call rich. Makes about $5,000 a year. What's his line? He's in the insurance business. The insurance business? It's a good, honest business, isn't it? Another angle. Oh, sure, it's honest. But somehow I can't picture you with a guy who sells policies. Well, I can, and I love it. He forgets the office when he's with me. He doesn't treat me like an errand boy. He treats me like a woman. He does he? How did I treat you? Like a water buffalo? I don't know about water buffaloes, but I know about him. He's kind and sweet and considerate. He wants a home and children. Say, sounds more like a guy I ought to marry. What's his name? Well, I'll give you a hint. By tomorrow, they'll be calling me Mrs. Bruce Baldwin. Tomorrow? Tomorrow, as quick as that? The quicker the better. Well, I finally got out what I came in to tell you. She extends her hand. So long, Walter, and better luck next time. Burns, taking her hand. I wish you everything I couldn't give you, Hildy. Thanks. Too bad I couldn't see this guy first. I'm pretty particular about who my wife marries. Hildy, laughing. Well, he's waiting in the anteroom for me now. Say, could I meet him? Oh, better not, Walter. Wouldn't do any good. You're not afraid, are you? Afraid? I should say not. All right, then. Come on and let's see this paragon. He gets his hat. Is he as good as you say? Better. Medium shot of the office. Burns has his hat. They start toward the door. Then what does he want with you? Now you got me. Nothing personal, I was just asking. At the door, Burns walks ahead, opens the door and walks out. Interior, corridor outside Burns' office. Medium close shot, Burns. After all, he stops as he realizes she's not there. The door opens, Hildy comes out. You wouldn't believe this, Walter, but Bruce holds the door open for me. No kidding? Interior, city room, full shot. Reporters conversing. They stop as Hildy and Burns enter the scene. Trucking shot. As Hildy follows Burns through the city room. This time, in contrast to Hildy's original walk through the room, the groups are silent as they watch the two. Hildy, trying to keep pace. And he takes his hat off when he's with a lady. Burns, over his shoulder. What for? Hildy, shouting. And when he walks with a lady, he waits for her. Burns stops. Oh, I'm sorry. Burns, at this point, has reached the switchboard. He says, under his breath, to Maisie, have Duffy call me in the restaurant in 20 minutes. Hildy, a little out of breath, catches up with him. At the iron gate that opens into anteroom, Hildy jumps ahead, opens the gate, and holds it for Burns. Allow me. Burns, walking right through. Thanks. Hildy follows him out. Interior, anteroom, medium shot. As Hildy follows Burns in, Bruce is sitting on the bench. On the end of a bench sits an old, grizzled Western Union boy. Ignoring Bruce, Burns strides over to the boy, seizes his hand, shakes it, and says, I can see right away my wife picked out the right husband for herself. Close shot of Bruce. Hildy behind him. Bruce registers amazement at this. Close shot, Burns and the messenger. The messenger is more amazed than Bruce as Burns keeps pumping his hand vigorously. Messenger. There must be some mistake. I'm already married. Burns. You never saw a more surprised man. Already married? Turning to Hildy, off scene. Hildy, why didn't you tell me? Close-up of Hildy. She shakes her head at Burns's antics, but can't help smiling nevertheless. Medium shot, Burns and the messenger. Burns, again seizing the messenger's hand. Congratulations again, Mr. Baldwin. Messenger. But my name... Bruce, as he enters the scene. Mr. Burns. Burns turns slightly but doesn't release the messenger's hand. Burns. Yeah, you'll have to excuse me. I'm busy with Mr. Bruce Baldwin here. Just leave your card with the boy. Close shot, Bruce and Burns. Bruce takes hold of Burns's coat and shakes it to get his attention. Burns turns on him. I'm very sorry, but I'm busy. Look, he points off scene. There's the boy. Take your card and leave it with him. He turns away again. Bruce, determinedly, takes hold of his sleeve and pulls at it. Bruce. Mr. Burns. Burns, wheeling around. I've just told you I was busy with Mr. Bruce Baldwin. Bruce. I'm Bruce Baldwin. Medium shot of Burns, still pumping the dazed messenger's hand. He stops at this, drops hand, and turns to Bruce. You're Bruce Baldwin? Yes. Burns, accusing to the messenger. Then who are you? Messenger, falteringly. My name's Pete Davis. Burns. Pete Davis. Well, Mr. Davis, this is no concern of yours, and after this I'll thank you to keep out of my affairs. The messenger isn't quite sure what he's done, but he slinks back to his seat as Burns turns to Bruce. Close up, Hildy. She's beginning to get sore, but reluctantly, again, she is compelled to smile at Walter's behavior. Close shot, Burns and Bruce. Burns reaches for Bruce's hand, but grabs the umbrella and begins shaking the handle up and down. This is a pleasure, Mr. Baldwin, and I'm sorry about the mistake. Bruce. He tries to shift the umbrella, calling Burns' attention to it, and offers his hand instead. Oh, I thought there was something funny. You see, Bruce, you don't mind if I call you Bruce, do you? After all, we're practically related. Bruce, completely unnerved by this time, and you can't quite blame him. Well, no, not at all. Burns. You see, my wife, your wife, that is, Hildy, had led me to expect that she was marrying a much older man. Bruce, this is the final crusher. Oh. Burns. But I see, she didn't mean old in years. You always carry an umbrella, Bruce? Bruce. Well, it looked a little cloudy this morning. Burns. That's right. Rubbers too, I hope. A man ought to be prepared for any emergency. Burns looks down. Bruce, in unconscious responses, helplessly lifts his foot up, and we see the rubber. Burns. Attaboy. Taking Bruce's arm and leading him toward elevator. Come on, Bruce. Bruce, going along, but worried. Where are we going? Burns. Where are we going? I'm going to buy you two lunch. Didn't Hildy tell you? Bruce, a helpless look back at Hildy. No, she didn't. Burns. Just wanted to surprise you, I guess. As the elevator is about to pass, he calls, Down, practically shoving Bruce in. After you, Bruce. As Bruce disappears inside, he turns toward Hildy. Come on, Hildy, my treat. Close shot of Burns near open elevator. We don't see the passengers. Hildy comes into the scene. Hildy. I suppose I can't call this off without creating a scene. But remember, it's your last fling. Burns, hurt. How do you like that? Here I am being nice to you and your sweetheart, and that's the thanks I get. He jumps into the elevator. In a second, he hops out. Burns, very sweetly, he almost sings it. Oh, after you, Hildy. With a look of disgust, Hildy gets in. Burns follows, and the door slams on them. Close up, office boy. He looks after departed elevator and whistles. Then he grins all over. Dissolve to interior restaurant. Close up, a beaming waiter. He grins all over and says, Don't tell me it's you, Hildy. Camera pulls back and discloses our three at a restaurant table. Nothing swanky, a place like Jack Blake's in New York, say. Hildy, beaming at the waiter. Nobody else. She extends her hand. The waiter takes it. They shake. Hildy. How's everything, Gus? Gus. I can't complain. Burns, studying the menu. Well, I can. I'm hungry. Roast beef sandwich, rare, and some coffee. Gus. Shall I put a little rum in the coffee? It's a nasty day. Good idea. How about you, Hildy? Oh, I'll take the same, I guess, and coffee. A little rum in yours, too? I guess so. Bruce looks at her. She hurriedly changes her mind. No, just coffee, Gus. Just coffee. And you, sir? Bruce, putting his menu down. Oh, I'll take the same, I guess, and a glass of milk. Gus, incredulous. Milk? Bruce thinks he hasn't heard. Yes. Gus, shaking his head as he writes it down. Milk. Burns. And don't put any rum in it, Gus. Close-up of Gus. Gus gives him a look and goes. Another angle, the trio at table. Burns surveys the others quizzically. Well, so you're getting married tomorrow, eh? How does it feel, Bruce? Feels awful good, yes, sir. We're taking the 4 o'clock train to Albany, and tomorrow we'll be married. Burns, it's the Puritan in him. Taking the train today and being married tomorrow? He whistles. Bruce, rising to the bait. Oh, it isn't like that. Hildy, reassuring Mrs. Grundy. It will be perfectly all right, Walter. Mother is coming with us on the train. Burns. Mother? But your mother... Bruce. No, my mother. Burns. He gets it and underlines it. Oh, your mother. Well, of course, that relieves my mind. Hildy to Bruce. Isn't it sweet of Walter, still wanting to protect me? She gives Burns that too sweet look. Burns, apparently taking this at face value. I know I wasn't a good husband, Hildy, but you can always count on me. 2 shot, featuring Bruce and Hildy. Bruce, a little kookily. I don't think she'll need you very much. I aim to do most of the protecting myself. He pats Hildy's arm. She smiles at him. 3 shot, Hildy, Bruce, and Burns. Burns. Well, I'll tell you one thing, old man. She never looked at me the way she's looking at you. Hildy. I might have, Walter, but you were never there. Burns. Anyway, I'm glad you two are going to be happy and have all the things I couldn't give her. You know, Hildy is about the best reporter in the country, and that goes regardless of sex. But all she really ever wanted was a home. Bruce. Well, I'll try to give her one. Burns. I know you will, Bruce. Are you going to live with your mother? Just for the first year. That'll be nice. A home with mother. A real honeymoon. In Albany, too. Ow! The ow is a direct result of a kick under the table from Hildy. Bruce. Mighty nice little town, Albany. They've got the state capitol there, you know. Burns. Yes, I know. He chuckles. Hildy, will you ever forget the night you brought the governor back to your hotel room and found me taking a bath? She didn't even know I was in town. His laugh stops cold and he clutches for his shin again. Hildy just looks. Providentially, the waiter enters the scene. Gus? Well, here we are. He begins serving them. Burns, trying to pick up again after a second. How's business, Bruce? Bruce. Well, Albany's a mighty good insurance town. Most people there take it out pretty early in life. Burns. I don't blame them. Gus, who has just managed to come between Hildy and Burns, lets out a startled ouch. Hildy. Oh, I'm sorry, Gus. My foot must have slipped. Gus, a pained expression belies his words. That's all right. Burns. I sometimes wish I'd taken out insurance, but of course now it doesn't matter. Still, I suppose it would have been the smart thing to do. Bruce. Well, I honestly feel that way. I figure I'm in one line of business that really helps people. Of course, we don't help you much when you're alive, but afterward, that's what counts. Burns. I see what you mean. They fall to, close shot, Hildy. She sips her coffee and acts surprised. Hildy. Gus, this... Close-up of Gus, winking. Good coffee, isn't it? Close-up, Hildy. She smiles and winks back, and takes another sip. Group shot at table. Gus starts to go. Bruce. You've forgotten my milk. Gus. Oh, the milk, yes. He leaves scene, shaking his head. Burns sips his coffee. He likes it. He lifts his cup to Hildy. Here's luck to the bride and bridegroom. Hildy lifts her cup. Thank you. Bruce, looking for something to respond with, apologetically. He hasn't brought my milk yet. A busboy comes into scene and stops before Burns. Busboy. They want you on the phone, Mr. Burns. Burns. They would. Boy goes. Burns rises, starts off, comes back for his cup of coffee, which he then takes off with him. Two shot, Bruce and Hildy. Bruce, looking after him. You know, Hildy, he's not a bad fellow. Hildy, looking at him maternally. You're so nice, Bruce. You think everybody else is. Bruce. Oh, he's not the man for you, I can see that, but I sort of like him. Got a lot of charm. Hildy. He comes by it naturally. His grandfather was a snake. Bruce, shaking his head. If anybody had told me I'd be sitting at lunch with him, but he swept me right off my feet. That's what he did to me. Swept me right off my feet and left me lying on the floor. Interior, phone booth, full shot. Burns is listening, has coffee on the ledge, and sips it now and then. Burns. Get this. Get Sweeney off that yarn and out of town on a 2 weeks vacation, and right away. All right, Duffy, keep your shirt on. Hildy's coming back. No, she doesn't know it yet, but she'll be there. I promise you, Duffy, and tell Louie to stick around. He hangs up, smiles, and finishes the coffee. Then he girds himself for being crushed. He gradually begins to look sunk. He pulls out a small mirror to study his expression until he finally gets what he wants. He holds that expression as he comes out of the booth. Interior, restaurant, medium shot at table. Gus is entering the scene. Your milk, sir. He serves Bruce. And I brought you another cup of coffee, Hildy. Gus serves her and puts still another cup in front of Burns's chair. Hildy. Thanks, Gus. She takes a sip and almost chokes. Bruce. Too hot? Hildy, gasping for breath. No, it's too strong. But I like it that way. Gus goes, smiling. Bruce, looking off. Say, what's happened to Burns? He looks sunk, doesn't he? Hildy, beaming. He certainly does. Burns comes into scene, looking like a 1929 banker just before jumping off a roof, and sits down. Bruce. Anything the matter? Burns. Just Sweeney again. One of my best reporters. Hildy. What now? His wife had twins and he went out to celebrate and got as drunk as a lord. They can't even find him. He sips his coffee. I tell you, drink is the ruin of this nation. Hildy, sipping hers. You said it. Burns. So, Sweeney gets twins, and Earl Williams gets hanged tomorrow. Bruce. Just what is the lowdown on Williams? Burns. It's simple. A poor little dope who lost his job, went berserk, and shot a cop who was coming after him to quiet him down. Hildy. If he's nuts, why doesn't the state just put him away? Because it happened to be a colored policeman. Hildy, for Bruce's benefit. The colored vote happens to be very important to the mayor of this town. Burns. Especially with an election coming up in a few days. Bruce. Are you sure Williams is not all there? Burns. All you've got to do is talk to him. But the mayor would hang his own grandmother to be re-elected. Bruce. But couldn't you show the man wasn't responsible? Close-up of Burns. There's a sly expression on his face. How? Hildy's voice. You could run an interview that would prove it. Remember the interview I wrote with Jimmy Wellman? That saved his life. Burns, slapping his hands together. Yes, you could do it, Hildy. You could save that poor devil's life. You could, but... His enthusiasm dies away. You're going away. I forgot. 3-shot. Bruce. How long would the interview take? Burns. Oh, an hour for the interview, another hour to write it. Bruce. We could take the 6 o'clock train, Hildy, if it would save a man's life. Hildy. No, Bruce dear, don't you see? This is a trick to get your sympathy. No, Walter, I've been waiting for something like this, but I wasn't sure when you'd spring it. If you want to save Earl Williams' life, you can interview him yourself. You're still a good reporter. Bruce and I will be on that 4 o'clock train, and thanks just the same. Burns. I'm an editor. I know what ought to be written, but I can't write it the way you could. It needs a woman's heart. Hildy. Why, Walter, you're getting poetic. Burns to Bruce. You see what I had to put up with? She never trusted me. You argue with her, otherwise you're going on a honeymoon with blood on your hands. Bruce gulps. Burns. How can you have any happiness after that? All through the years you'll remember that a man went to the gallows because you were too selfish to wait 2 hours. I tell you, Earl Williams' face will come between you on the train tonight and the preachers tomorrow and all the rest of your lives. Hildy, breaking into applause. What a performance! Bravo! Don't let him fool you, Bruce. It's only an act. Burns. What do you mean, only an act? Haven't you got any feeling? Well, it's either an act on your part or a miracle on Sweeney's. Burns. What do you mean? Hildy. I happen to know Sweeney was married only 3 months ago. If he's got twins this morning, I claim it was done with mirrors. Burns. Laughs. Throws up his hands. All right, Hildy, I'm licked. But I'll make you and Bruce a business proposition. Hildy. We're not interested. Burns to Bruce. Maybe you'll be. You're a smart young man. You let Hildy do this story for me and you can write out a $100,000 insurance policy for me. What do you say? Bruce. I don't use my wife for business purposes, Mr. Burns. Hildy. Wait a minute, Bruce. What's commission on a $100,000 policy? Well, at his age, a little over $1,000. Hildy. And what's the matter with $1,000? Bruce. But... Hildy. According to the budget we laid out, that's more than our food bill for a whole year. Listen, Bruce, I don't want Walter Burns to use me, but I'm perfectly willing to use him. How long will it take to get him examined? Bruce. I could get a company doctor in 20 minutes. Burns. Now you're talking. Hildy, turning on Burns. You keep out of this. Bruce, suppose you examine Mr. Burns in his office. I'll get my bag and go over to the press room in the criminal courts building. You phone me as soon as Mr. Burns has given you his check. Then I'll go get the interview and you phone Mother that we're taking the 6 o'clock train. Back to Burns. And no tricks, Walter. What tricks would I pull? Oh, nothing. Of course, you might cancel the check. Yes. Wait a minute. What would be his first payment on that policy? Bruce. About $2,500. Hildy. Better make that a certified check, Walter. Burns, indignantly. What do you think I am, a crook? Yes, And that's putting it mildly. No certified check, no story. Get me? All right, the check will be certified. Want my fingerprints? No thanks, I've still got those. Well, I'll step into some working clothes and hop over to the press room for the background on this yarn. It'll be kind of fun to see the boys again, too. Remember, Bruce, it must be certified. All right, dear. Wait a minute, Bruce. Have you got that money? Bruce, feeling his pocket. The 500? Sure. Hildy. On second thought, would you let me have it? I'll get the tickets. Bruce. But, believe me, Bruce, I know what I'm doing. He'd get you in a crap game. But I don't gamble, Hilda. I know a lot of men who didn't do anything till they met Walter Burns. Please, dear. All right. He pulls out his wallet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 500. Be careful, honey. I'll be careful, darling. You be, please. She kisses him, kisses her hand, and pats it to Burns's cheek. So long, husbands. She goes. Trucking shot, Hildy leaving. She weaves just a bit. Medium close shot, the two men. They look after her. Bruce, smiling a little. I never knew Hildy to be so determined before. Burns. You haven't seen anything yet. Bruce turns to look at Burns. They look at each other. Fade out. Fade in. Interior press room. Criminal Courts Building. Day. Close shot at telephone. It is ringing. A hand comes in to take the phone. Camera draws back a little to show Endicott taking the phone. He has an eye shade over his eyes and 5 cards in his other hand. Endicott, into phone. Criminal Courts Press Room, this is Endicott. No, nothing new on the Williams case yet, boss. Well, you bet I'm here plugging away every minute. He hangs up and studies his cards. Up a dime. Camera pans slowly to reveal the other players as they speak. Playing are reporters Murphy, Endicott, Wilson, Schwartz, and McHugh. Murphy, dropping his cards. By me. Wilson, also dropping. Drop-a-roo. Schwartz knocks on table and drops cards. McHugh, reluctantly. I'll call. Endicott. 3 6s. Is that any good? Hildy's voice. It sure looks good from here. The boys all look up toward the sound of Hildy's voice. Close shot, Hildy Johnson, framed in the doorway. She is carrying a bag and has changed her costume to a tailored traveling suit. She grins and comes into the room. Medium shot, reporters. They are all talking at once as Hildy comes into the scene. There are ad-libs of, Hildy, where'd you come from? Holy mackerel, Hildy Johnson, etc. Hildy raises her hand for silence. One at a time, boys. She enters to a desk, places her bag on top of the desk, takes her hat off and hangs it on a clothes tree in the corner, comes back to desk and opens the traveling bag. All through the above action, she is talking rapidly. No, I'm not back for good. I'm just covering the Earl Williams story for Mr. Sweeney, who had a sudden attack of something, but will be all right by tomorrow. No, I haven't made up with Walter Burns. Far from it. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving tonight for Albany, and I'll be married tomorrow morning. The lucky man is Mr. Bruce Baldwin, a gentleman in the insurance business. And when I say gentleman, I mean gentleman. Are there any other questions? Hildy takes notebook and pencil out of bag, looks at the stockings she is wearing, sees she has a run, and takes a fresh pair out of the bag. She sits down and begins to put on the new stockings. Endicott, grinning. Well, that about covers everything. Hildy. Good. Now I want to ask you fellows a couple of questions. Did Earl Williams know what he was doing when he fired that gun? Murphy. If you ask us, no. If you ask the state alienists, the answer is yes. McHugh. It's a simple story. Earl Williams works for the E.J. McCluskey Manufacturing Company as a bookkeeper for 14 years. He starts in at $20 a week and gradually works his way up to $22.50. A year ago, the McCluskey Company goes out of business and Williams loses his job. Waving his hand toward Wilson. Take it away, Fred Wilson. Wilson. Well, Williams goes a little balmy and begins making speeches on a plan he's got to save the world. Only he makes his speeches, usually, on a very busy street and neglects to get a license for it. Well, the cops let him alone as much as they can because he's harmless and they're kind of sorry for him. But one day he decides to hold a meeting right in the middle of a veterans parade and the cops chase him. He gets scared and goes into hiding. Gesturing toward Schwartz. Come in, Dave Schwartz. Schwartz. His Honor, the mayor, now comes out with a statement that Earl Williams is a dangerous character in the employ of 2 or 3 foreign governments and the police are going to get him dead or alive. Somebody sends out a tip that this guy is hiding in Molly Malloy's joint. And this colored policeman, Daniels, goes over to pick Williams up. Williams has read the papers, thinks the cop is going to kill him, and shoots first. That is all. Hildy. Thanks, boys. That's all I want to know. Hildy gets up, rolls the pair of stockings she has just discarded into a ball, crosses to Bensinger's desk, and puts the stockings in a drawer. Endicott. Say, that's old Prissy Bensinger's desk. Hildy. I know. I just want to give him a thrill. Hildy crosses back to desk and sits down. All right, boys. Now that everything is settled, deal me in. Hildy glances towards clock on wall. The hands show 2:45 p.m. Insert clock. Hands pointing to 2:45 p.m. Close shot, Hildy. She picks up phone nearest her on desk and starts to dial, picking up cards dealt her with one hand. Hildy into phone. Hello, this is Hildy Johnson. Get me Walter Burns. She studies her cards, then into the phone. Hello, Walter. How's the old double-crosser? Close shot, Walter Burns. Telephone at his ear. Burns. Hello, my fine feathered friend. Thought I might be hearing from you. What have you got to report? Camera pulls back to medium shot, and we see that Burns is stripped to the waist. A doctor is applying a stethoscope to his chest. We hold the picture a second. Burns listening intently on the phone, and the doctor listening intently to his chest. Burns, into phone. Going all right, eh? Doctor, nodding. Fine. Doctor suddenly realizes what he said and looks up. Burns, putting hand over mouthpiece of phone. Doctor, will you please keep quiet a minute? How do you expect me to get any work done? Camera pulls back to include Bruce, who has some papers in front of him at the desk. Bruce grins. Doctor, how do you expect me to get anywhere if you're going to keep on that phone? If you'll just give me 2 minutes more. Burns into phone. Well, they haven't finished with me yet, but I'm hoping to get my shirt back. Oh, no. I'm in the pink of condition. They found 2 new dimples. Cut to interior press room, criminal courts building, close shot, Hildy at telephone. Cards in her other hand. Hildy. How about that check? All right, Mr. Burns, but remember, no checky, no story. Well, as soon as they decide whether you live or not, will you have that new man of mine call me up? Yes, sir. She hangs up. All right, boys, up a dime. Endicott's voice. Right back at you. Medium shot. McHugh dropping his cards. You fight it, Cut. Hildy. And up a dime. Endicott, studying a second. I call. What you got? Hildy, displaying her cards. 3 bullets. Any good? Endicott, throwing his cards away. Beats king up. Hildy rakes in the money. McHugh. What are you going to do with all that money, Hildy? Wilson. Yeah, you can't spend it in Albany. Hildy. Oh, I'll think of something. Medium shot. Taking in door and including group. Bensinger, another reporter, comes in from the corridor. He stands out from the others because of his tidy appearance and carries a book under his arm. Murphy. Hello, Harvard. Got anything new on the hanging? Close shot, Bensinger. Bensinger, cockily. Why don't you fellows get your own news? Close shot, Hildy. Can't you say hello to a fellow? Two shot, featuring Hildy and Bensinger. Bensinger. Hildy. He comes over to shake hands. Are you back? No, just a farewell appearance. Batting for Sweeney. I'm going into business for myself. What doing? I'm getting married tomorrow. Well, congratulations. Good luck. The table, another angle. Endicott. Why don't you use him for a bridesmaid, Hildy? Schwartz. Come on, Hildy, your deal. Close shot, Bensinger at his desk. He opens a drawer, the one in which Hildy put her stockings. Say, who put these stockings in my desk? He turns to the group. McHugh's voice. I don't know, but I think they got rats in the building. Bensinger makes a gesture of disgust and picks up telephone. This is Bensinger. I just saw the sheriff. He won't move the hanging up a minute. All right, I'll talk to him again, but it's no use. The execution is set for 7 in the morning. Get me a rewrite, man. Close shot, Endicott. Dealing the cards. Why can't they hang that guy at a reasonable hour so we can get some sleep? Close shot, Bensinger. Into phone. Jake, new lead on the hanging. This new alienist from New York, Dr. Max J. Egelhofer, is going to interview Williams in about half an hour in the sheriff's office. Medium shot at table, featuring Murphy. Murphy reaches for the phone. Without dropping his cards, he jiggles the hook. Murphy. That must be the 10th alienist they've had on Williams. Even if he wasn't crazy before, he would be after 10 of those babies got through psychoanalyzing him. Into the phone. Give me the desk. Endicott. This Egelhofer's pretty good. Murphy. Yeah? What did he ever do for his country? Don't you remember? He's the guy who went to Washington to interview the Brain Trust and gave out a statement that they were all sane. It created a sensation. Close shot, Bensinger. He is referring to his notes as he talks. Bensinger, into phone. Here's the situation on the eve of the hanging. Close shot, Murphy. He continues playing his cards. Murphy, into phone. This is Murphy. More slop on the hanging. Close shot, Bensinger. A double guard's been thrown around the jail, municipal buildings, railroad terminals, and elevated stations to prepare for the expected general uprising of radicals at the hour of execution. Close shot, Murphy. Ready? The sheriff's just put 200 more relatives on the payroll to protect the city against the Red Army, which is leaving Moscow in a couple of minutes. He consults his hand. Up a dime. Close shot, Bensinger, into phone. The sheriff has just received 4 more letters threatening his life, but he says nothing can interfere with his duty. Close shot, Murphy, into phone. And to prove to the voters that the Red Menace is on the level, the sheriff has written himself 4 more letters, threatening his life. I know he wrote them on the account of the misspellings. Medium shot at table featuring Hildy. Endicott. Trouble is, when the Red Menace shows up, the sheriff will still be crying wolf. Murphy. What have you got, Hildy? Hildy. Kings and 6s. Murphy, throwing down. That's good. Hildy, sweeping coins in. Kings and sixes, the pot affixes. Poetry. I learned that at my grandma's knee. Wilson. That's why I keep losing. My grandma was a modest woman. Nobody ever saw her knees, not even my grandpop. Interior, Walter Burns' office, medium shot. The doctor has gone. Burns is adjusting his shirt. Bruce is sitting at the desk. Bruce. I don't know. This makes me feel funny. Two shot. Burns. Why shouldn't I make Hildy my beneficiary? I've got nobody else to leave it to. Bruce. I feel I ought to take care of her. Well, you'll take care of her. After all, if that doctor's right, I'm going to live for a long time yet. Look, Bruce, this is a debt of honor. I was a very bad husband. Hildy could have got a lot of alimony if she'd wanted to, but she wouldn't take any. She had it coming to her, but she was too independent. Well, I'm independent too. Figure it this way. I ought to be good for 25 years. By that time, you'll probably have made enough so that the money won't mean anything. But suppose you haven't made good. Don't you think Hildy's entitled to a quiet old age without any worries? Well, of course, if you put it that way. Burns. Everything he has on the ball. And remember this, Bruce. I love her too. Bruce. I'm beginning to realize that. And the beauty of it is she'll never have to know till I've passed on. Maybe she'll think kindly of me after I'm gone. Bruce, a lump in his throat. Gee, you almost make me feel like a heel coming between you. Burns. No, Bruce, you didn't come between us. It was all over for her before you came on the scene. For me, it'll never be over. He turns away, wipes his eyes, and sneaks a glance to see how that goes over. It goes over big. Bruce hurriedly wipes a tear away. Medium shot. As Duffy comes into the room, he advances toward the desk. Duffy, placing check on desk. Here's that certified check, Walter. I drew up my wife's savings, and if this isn't back by 5:30, I'm a ruined man. Burns. Don't worry, Duffy. You'll have it back by 5. Thanks, Duffy. Stick around. Picking up check, he rises. He walks over to Bruce. Burns. Well, Bruce, here you are, certified and everything. Bruce, also rising. Certified? I'm afraid Hildy'd feel ashamed to think she hadn't trusted you. Close up, Duffy. He reacts to this sweetly solemn thought. Burns and Bruce. Camera follows them as Burns walks Bruce toward door, his arm around him. Bruce. Well, she'll know someday. Burns. That's all I ask. Oh, wait a minute. He releases Bruce, runs back, and gets umbrella and brings it to him. Don't want to forget this, you know. Might start to rain again. Bruce. Thanks. I'll phone Hildy right away to get that story. They are at the door. Burns opens the door for Bruce. Shot featuring Lewis. Lewis is sitting at a desk, apparently engrossed in a newspaper. He is all alert, however. Bruce and Burns come into the scene talking. Burns. Well, anyway, I know Hildy's getting a good man. Bruce, embarrassed. Thanks a lot. They pass Lewis. He looks up. Bruce and Burns. Bruce, still embarrassed, looks down. Burns turns and signals to Lewis. Close shot, Lewis. Watching. Close shot, Burns. Burns points to Bruce's back. Close shot, Lewis. Lewis nods. Bruce and Burns. Burns. Well, I got to get back. You can find your way out, can't you? Bruce. Oh, sure. He extends his hand. Well, thanks for everything. Burns. Don't thank me. I should thank you. So long. Bruce. So long. He turns and goes. Burns watches him. Reverse angle. Bruce is going out, his back toward camera. Burns watches. Lewis comes between Burns and Bruce and follows Bruce out as we see Bruce going toward outer door. Close up, Burns. He rubs his hands in glee as he starts back for his office. Interior, press room, shot featuring Hildy. She is raking in a pot. Hildy. I don't know why you boys are so good to me. McHugh, throwing cards down. Your poker's improved a lot, Hildy. Lend me $2, will you? Hildy. Nothing doing. I'm playing for keeps. There is a whir and crash from the gallows. They start. Bensinger at window. I wish they'd stop that practicing. The others drift into the scene and look out of the window. Interior courtyard. The gallows. The trap is sprung by 2 or 3 earnest men. Interior press room, group at window. Hildy turns away. Well, anyhow, I won't be covering stuff like this anymore. Schwartz. What's the matter? Getting yellow? Medium shot. A phone rings. McHugh answers it. For you, Hildy. Hildy goes toward phone. Close shot. Hildy at phone. Hildy Johnson. Oh, hello, Bruce. Have you got it? Is it certified? Interior, phone booth, close shot, Bruce. Certified and everything. Got it right here in my wallet. What? No, he's not here. I'm in a phone booth. Interior, press room, close shot, Hildy at phone. McHugh is hovering near. McHugh. Certified, eh? Who is it? Your milkman? Hildy, in phone. But, Bruce, don't keep it in your wallet. Well, you see, she is thinking rapidly, there's an old newspaper superstition that the first big check you get, you put it in the lining of your hat. That brings you good luck for 10 years. McHugh. Say, I've been a reporter 20 years and I never heard any hooey like that. Where'd you get it? Hildy, to McHugh. I made it up just now, and who's asking you? Into phone. I know it's silly, honey, but do it for me, won't you? Yes, right now. Interior, phone booth, close shot, Bruce. All right, wait a minute. He takes check out of wallet, folds it into lining of hat. All right, I've done it. Now, are you satisfied? Interior, press room, close shot, Hildy at phone. Fine, and here's a kiss for you. She blows a kiss into the phone. Immediately we hear kiss sounds all over. She looks up and glares. Then back to phone. Now, darling, you go back to the hotel and pack, and you and Mother pick me up here about 5:30. Goodbye, dear. Interior, phone booth, close shot, Bruce. He blows a kiss into the phone and hangs up. Exterior, outside restaurant, Lewis. Studying a paper, reads it for a moment. Bruce comes out of the restaurant and starts out. After a second, Lewis follows him. Interior, entrance to a cell block of county jail. Medium shot. Warden Cooley sits at a desk near the grilled doorway that leads to the cells. He is studying a racing form. Hildy's hand reaches into the shot and flicks the newspaper. He looks up. The camera pulls back to include Hildy. Cooley. Hello, Hildy. What are you doing around here? Hildy. I want to interview Earl Williams, Warden. How about a little service? Cooley. No more interviews. Besides, a doctor's coming over. Hildy reaches down out of camera range, comes up with a bill. Say, isn't this your $20? Cooley looks at Bill eagerly. I think it is. Hildy, handing it over. I thought so. Come on, I'm in a hurry. Cooley pockets the 20 and reaches for his keyring. Exterior, street scene. There is a milling mob around a center of activity that the camera can't find. Shot of cop as he sees this and strolls determinedly toward it. The crowd. The cop comes in and breaks ranks. He pushes his way toward center and looks down. Close shot, Bruce, lying down, held by Lewis. Medium shot. Cop. What's going on? Lewis. This guy stole my watch. Cop, lugging them both to feet. Have you got his watch? Bruce. He's crazy. I haven't any watch. Lewis. I saw him. He put it in his back pocket. Bruce. I haven't got... Cop. Wait a minute. The cop reaches into Bruce's back pocket. Watch comes out. Cop, to Lewis. Is this yours? Yeah, that's it. Cop. What about it? Bruce. I never saw it before. Cop grabs Bruce. Lewis grabs his other arm. Cop. Come on. He whistles. Cop. To mob. Beat it. Close shot 3. As they go through crowd. The look on poor Bruce's face, muddy anyhow, is something. Suddenly, Bruce cries, My hat! Cop. Get his hat, somebody. Close up, Bruce's hat, lying top up in a puddle. Hand reaches in and picks it up. Close shot 3. As hat is passed to cop, who jams it down on Bruce's head. Another take-em from Bruce. Interior County Jail, medium close shot. At the door of Earl Williams' cell. Hildy sits on a stool at the door, pencil and copy paper in hand. Earl Williams sits at the edge of his cot facing Hildy. There's a bouquet of roses in a water pitcher by the cot. Our first impression of Williams is that he's a rational, well-poised citizen. It is only under Hildy's questioning that he gradually reveals himself. Williams. I couldn't plead insanity because, you see, I'm just as sane as anybody else. Hildy, puzzled and worried. You didn't mean to kill that policeman? Williams. Of course not. I couldn't kill anybody. It's against everything I've ever stood for. They know it was an accident. They're not hanging me for that. They're hanging me for my beliefs. What are your beliefs, Earl? They're very simple. I believe in the golden rule. I'm not the first man to die for preaching it, but if they would only listen to it, we could have a fine, decent world instead of this massive hate that makes man do such cruel things. How would you go about applying the golden rule, Earl? I'd do away with the profit system and have production for use only. There's enough food and clothing and shelter for everybody if we'd use some sense. Hildy, writing. Production for use only. Well, maybe that's the answer. It's the only answer. Everything has a use, and if we let it be used for its purpose, we could solve all our problems. Food was meant to be eaten, not stored away in restaurants while poor people starved. Clothing was meant to be worn, not piled up in stores while people went naked. Doesn't that make sense? Close-up of Hildy. Yes, that makes a lot of sense, Earl. Just use things for what they were meant, that's all. Sure. Hildy studies him a moment. What's the purpose of a gun, Earl? Close-up, Williams. A gun? He thinks. Then a revealing smile breaks out. Why, to shoot it, of course. Medium, close to shot. Hildy. Is that how you came to shoot the policeman? Sure. You see, I'd never had a gun in my hand before, and I didn't know what to do with it. Well, when I get stuck, I know that there's an answer for everything in production for use. So it came to me in a flash. What's a gun for? To shoot. So I shot. Simple, isn't it? Hildy, writing. Very simple, Earl. There's nothing crazy about that, is there? No, Earl, not at all. She indicates the flowers. Who sent you the flowers, Earl? Miss Molly Malloy. She's a wonderful person. Hildy, pointing to picture pinned on the wall. Isn't that her picture? Williams, turning toward it. Yes. Isn't she beautiful? Insert picture of Molly. Hildy's voice. If you should be pardoned, are you figuring on marrying Molly? Oh no, she's much too good for me. Hartman's voice. How'd you get in here? Medium shot. Sheriff Hartman has come into the scene. Hildy turns toward him. Same way you did, pointing. Through that gate. Hartman. I gave strict orders that nobody was to interview Williams without my permission. Hildy. All right then, I'll just run the story that Sheriff Hartman is afraid to let reporters interview his prisoner. Of course, with election coming, that might do you a lot of harm, but just as you say. Hartman. Now wait a minute. I'm not afraid of anything. What were you going to write about Williams? Oh, nothing much. Just that the state had proved he was sane, and he admits it himself. If you don't want me to run it... Hartman, beaming. Oh, that'll be all right, Hildy. Go ahead, run it. And you can say I treated him well, too. Turning towards Williams. Hello, Earl. How are you feeling? Williams. Fine. Thanks, Sheriff. That's good, Earl. Oh, they've got another alienist to see you. He ought to be here any minute. Don't go to sleep, will you? I won't. Hartman to Hildy. Hildy, how'd you like a couple of tickets for the hanging? Hildy, in a low voice so Williams won't overhear. No thanks, Sheriff. I'm leaving town tonight. Hartman, just as loud as ever. You ought to stay over. You always wrote a good hanging story, Hildy. Hildy. That's awful kind of you, Sheriff. I've got to get started on my interview. See you later. Williams. Don't forget about production for use. I won't, Earl. She goes. Interior, press room, group shot, poker game. Night. The game is on. Bensinger, at his desk, is reading a book. The electric lights have been switched on. Murphy, raking in a pot. Well, a guy can't win when Hildy ain't around. Endicott. Who's this guy she's gonna marry? Wilson. Baldwin, his name is. Schwartz. I give that marriage 6 months. McHugh. Why? Schwartz. Hildy won't be able to stay away from a paper any longer than that. Did you see her eyes light up when she came in here? Like an old fire horse. Murphy. She says she's going to write fiction. Well, if she's going to write fiction, there's nothing like being a reporter. I'll give 10 to 5 that marriage won't last 6 months. Hildy's a newspaper man. She's got headlines in her veins. The way we all have her, we'd be out of these lousy jobs. Molly Malloy appears in doorway. She moves slowly into the room. McHugh. Well, well, Miss Molly Malloy. Murphy. Hello, Molly. Wilson. How's tricks, Molly? Close shot, Molly. Molly. I've been looking for you, tramps. Medium group shot. Endicott. Kid, those were pretty roses you sent, Earl. What do you want done with them tomorrow morning? Molly, tensely. A lot of wise guys, ain't you? Schwartz, uncomfortably. You're breaking up the game, Molly. What do you want? I want to tell you what I think of you. All of you. Hildy appears in the doorway and comes into the room. Murphy. Keep your shirt on. Molly, to Murphy. If you was worth breaking my fingers on, I'd tear your face wide open. Hildy goes to desk and begins typing away. Murphy. What are you sore about, sweetheart? Wasn't that a swell story we gave you? Molly. You crumbs have been making a fool out of me long enough. Bensinger, rising and coming over. She oughtn't be allowed in here. Close-up of Molly, flaring. I never said I loved Earl Williams and was willing to marry him on the gallows. You made that up. And about my being his soulmate and having a love nest with him? Close shot, Endicott looking up at her. You've been sucking around that cuckoo ever since he's been in the death house. Everybody knows you're his sweetheart. Close-up of Molly. She blows up. That's a lie. I met Mr. Williams just once in my life when he was wandering around in the rain without his hat and coat on, like a sick dog, the day before the shooting. I went up to him like any human being would, and I asked him what was the matter, and he told me about being fired after working at the same place for 14 years, and I brought him up to my room because it was warm there. Close shot, Hildy. She is typing away, stops to look over at Molly, then resolutely turns away, studies her stuff, and begins typing again. Murphy's voice. Put it on a phonograph. Medium shot, Molly and others. Molly. Just because you want to fill your lying paper with a lot of dirty scandal, you got to crucify him and make a stooge out of me. Endicott to Molly. Got a match? Molly, heedless. I tell you, he just sat there talking to me all night, and never once laid a hand on me. In the morning he went away, and I never saw him again till that day of the trial. The boys laugh. Close up, Molly. She lashes out at them. Go on, laugh. I'd like to know some curses bad enough for your greasy souls. Sure, I was his witness, the only one he had. Yes, me, cheap little Molly Malloy. I'm everything the district attorney said I was, and still I was the only one with guts enough to stand up for him. I told the truth, and the district attorney knows it. That's why you're persecuting me. Because Earl Williams treated me decent and not like an animal, and I said so. Medium shot, Murphy, finally irritated. Go into your dance. This is the press room. We're busy. Wilson. Why don't you go and see your boyfriend? Endicott winks at the others. But you'll have to hurry up. He left a call for 7 a.m. Molly, through her teeth. It's a wonder a bolt of lightning don't come down and strike you all dead. From off scene comes sound of the gallows. Molly gasps. Endicott, suddenly uncomfortable. Don't get hysterical, kid. Molly begins to sob. Shame on you. Close shot, Molly, taking in Murphy. A poor little fellow that never meant nobody no harm, sitting there alone this minute with the angel of death beside him and you cracking jokes. Close up, Hildy, typing away furiously regardless of this. She ends a page. The sound of Molly sobbing comes over the scene. Hildy inserts a fresh page. Murphy's voice. If you don't shut up, we'll give you something to cry about. Hildy looks off-scene and rises determinedly. Medium shot, Molly backing away from Murphy. She is still sobbing. Hildy comes into scene and puts her arm around Molly. Hildy, gently. Come on, Molly. This is no place for you. She leads Molly toward door. Molly. They're not human. Hildy. They're newspapermen, Molly. They can't help themselves. The Lord made them that way. Molly. One look back as Hildy leads her outdoor. It wasn't the Lord, it was the devil. Hildy and Molly exit. There is a pause. The boys look at each other uncomfortably. The phone rings. Wilson goes to answer. Murphy, picking up cards. You guys want to play some more poker? Endicott. What's the use? I can't win a pot. Close shot, Wilson at phone. Who? Hildy Johnson? She just stepped out. She'll be back in a second. Who? Oh, Mr. Baldwin. Well, if you'll hang on a minute, she ought to be right in. All right. He covers transmitter. Medium shot, taking door. Wilson, to others. Baldwin, the blushing bridegroom himself. Schwartz. What's he want? Wilson. Wants Hildy, and sounds very excited. Hildy comes back. looks at them, and stares contemptuously. Hildy. Gentlemen of the press, always picking on somebody who can't defend himself. The littler, the better. Wilson. Phone for you, Hildy. Hildy, going toward it. Who is it? Wilson. Oh, some insurance man. Are you in? Hildy, grabbing phone. Give me that. Close-up of Hildy into phone. Hello, Bruce? What? Where are you? You're where? How did that happen? She listens unbelievingly a second. I'll be right over. Medium shot as Hildy hangs up and darts out of room. The others watch in amazement. Murphy. Boy, did you see her go? Endicott. Lioness rushes to defense of cub. I told you Baldwin was in trouble. Probably went out without his hanky and wants Mama to wipe his nose. I still give that marriage 6 months. Dissolve 2. Close shot. Bensinger at phone. Hello, baby. Get me the sheriff's office, will you? Hello? Sheriff Hartman? This is Bensinger. How about that favor? You know what? Once and for all, will you hang this guy at 5 a.m. instead of 7? It won't hurt you, and we can make the city edition. Interior, Sheriff's Office, close shot, Sheriff Hartman at phone. Hartman, indignantly. Once and for all, I'm not going to hang anybody except at the legal hour. What? Don't threaten me, Bensinger. I'm not afraid of any newspapers. Yeah? Oh, shut up. He hangs up. An afterthought. He calls up operator. And operator, I told you not to disturb me. I don't care who calls. I don't want to be disturbed again until I tell you. He hangs up, turns to somebody off scene and speaks. How do you like that, Dr. Egelhofer? Want me to hang Williams at their convenience. Camera pulls back to a medium group shot, showing Williams, Sheriff Hartman, and Dr. Egelhofer. They are the only occupants of room. Williams is seated facing a large standing searchlight. Egelhofer. The newspapers, Sheriff, they're the scum of modern civilization. Hartman. You said it. Egelhofer. They're always after me for interviews. Me too. Of course, I sort of promised them I would give out a statement when I got through here. You don't mind? Hartman, not liking it. Well, I don't know if that's ethical. You see, all statements are supposed to come from me. Egelhofer, he'll bargain. We'll have to satisfy them. What would you say to giving them a joint interview? I could give them some of the psychological aspects of the case, and you could give them the legal aspects. Hartman, he buys. A joint interview, huh? That might be all right. We could have our pictures taken together, Doctor. Yes, shaking hands. I don't take a very good picture, though. It doesn't matter. The publicity's the main thing. Yes, I suppose so. It all helps. Williams, just a spectator up to now. Are you gentlemen all through with me? Egelhofer. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you were here. No, Mr. Williams, we still have some questions for you. Sheriff, will you kindly extinguish the lights? The sheriff puts out the lights, and the doctor switches on the searchlight, which shines in Williams' face. Egelhofer. You know you are to be executed, Mr. Williams. Who do you feel is responsible for that? Williams. The system. But I'm not afraid to die, Doctor. I'm dying for what I believe. I see. You realize, however, that you committed a crime? Close-up of Williams. In a legal sense, yes, but not actually. Actually, I'm innocent. I didn't do a thing. Dissolve 2, interior police cell. Close-up, Bruce. Bruce. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. I never stole a watch in my life. Camera pulls back to show us Bruce in police cell. Hildy outside. A police lieutenant with her in background. Hildy. I know you didn't, Bruce. She whirls on Lieutenant. Let him out of here, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, conciliatingly. But, Hildy, I can't. He's accused of stealing a watch, and they found the watch on him. Hildy. And who accused him? Diamond Lewis, one of the worst crooks in town. Why don't you arrest Lewis instead of innocent people that he frames? Lieutenant. Now, Hildy. Don't Hildy me. Are you going to let him out? I can't. All right, you can't. But tomorrow the Post will run the story of that roulette game on 43rd Street that your brother-in-law runs, and will print that you get $500 a month for forgetting about it. Now, Hildy, don't be hasty. I can't let him out. You can let him out on bail, can't you? $500. You'll take 50 and like it. Well, all right, but I'm liable to get into a jam. He starts to open cell door. Hildy. You'll get into a worse one if you don't. Dissolve 2, interior, taxi, process shot. Hildy is combing Bruce's hair. He begins to look presentable. He fumbles in his breast pocket. Hildy. What's the matter? Bruce. I lost my wallet. The check, Bruce. Bruce picks up his hat and gets check out of lining. Bruce. That's right here. Gee, it was lucky you were telling me about that old newspaper superstition. Hildy, taking check and putting it away. Yes, wasn't it? Bruce. I can't imagine who did it. I can't think of any enemies I have. Hildy, looking at him fondly. I'm sure you haven't any. Bruce. For a minute, I thought maybe Walter Burns was at the back of it, but then I realized he couldn't have been. Hildy. Oh, no, how could you ever think of such a thing? Bruce. Oh, I realized right away. He's really a very nice fellow, Hildy. I found that out. Yes, he is. Look, Bruce, we're taking that next train, and when I say next train this time, I mean it. Did you finish the interview? Hildy. To driver. The Criminal Courts Building. The driver nods. Hildy, to Bruce. No, but I'm sure it'll be all right with Walter. Bruce. But gee, Hildy, he gave us that insurance business and you promised... Well, the story's practically finished. I'll just go upstairs and send it over with a messenger. The cab stops. Hildy gets out and Bruce starts to follow. Hildy turns and pushes him back in the cab. Exterior, street, medium shot, Hildy at door of cab. Bruce in cab. Hildy. No, you stay here. I'm not taking any more chances. I'll be down in 3 minutes. And don't you dare move. Hildy turns and starts for stairs of Criminal Courts Building. Dissolve 2, interior, press room, medium shot at Hildy's desk. Schwartz is reading Hildy's interview to the other boys, who are grouped around. Bensinger's at his desk, a book open but listening. Schwartz, reading. But the state has a production for use plan, too. It has a gallows, and at 7 a.m., unless a miracle occurs, that gallows will be used to separate the soul of Earl Williams from his body. And out of Molly Malloy's life will go the one kindly soul she ever knew. He stops. That's as far as Hildy got, but I ask you, can that girl write an interview? Bensinger. I don't think it's very ethical reading other people's stuff. Endicott. Don't give us that ethics stuff. You'll be the only one who'll swipe any of it. Schwartz. I still say anybody that writes like that ain't going to give up permanently to sew socks for a guy in the insurance business. Now, I give that marriage 3 months and I'm laying 3-1. Any takers? Hildy's voice. I'll take that bet. They turn. Hildy comes into the scene. Hildy, going to her phone. It's getting so a girl can't step out of the room without being discussed by a bunch of old ladies. Into phone. Her voice assumes a silken quality. Hello, Post. Mr. Walter Burns, please. Close shot. Schwartz, embarrassed. Well, Hildy, we were only saying that a swell reporter like you wouldn't give this up so easily. Medium shot featuring Hildy. Into phone. This is Hildy Johnson. To Schwartz. Oh, I can give it up all right. Without a single quiver. I'm going to live like a human being, not like you rats. Into phone. Oh, is that you, Walter, dear? Oh, I didn't mean dear. That was just habit, I guess. Oh, be yourself, Walter. I've got some news for you. Yes, I got the interview, but I've got some news that's more important. The others are listening, suspecting a scoop. Hildy. Better get a pencil out and write it down. All ready? Then, with a sudden change of pace. Get this, you double-crossing chimpanzee. There ain't gonna be any interview and there ain't gonna be any story. Huh? That certified check of yours is leaving with me in 20 minutes. And if I ever see you again, it's going to be just too bad, huh? Oh, you don't know what I'm angry about, do you? If you come over, I'll be very glad to tell you the story of Louis's watch. I dare you to come over, you skunk in sheep's clothing. And bring that bodyguard of yours too, you'll need him. Quick cuts of reaction from others. Close-up of Hildy. And I just want you to listen to one more thing. She gets her story out of typewriter, applies it to transmitter, and tears it up. You hear that? That's the interview I wrote. Yes, I know we made a bargain. I just said I'd write it. I didn't say I wouldn't tear it up. Yes, it's all in little pieces now, Walter, and I hope to do the same for you sometime. She hangs up. Medium shot, featuring Hildy. She reaches under her desk, pulls up bag, talking all the time. The others are too startled to do anything but listen. Hildy. And that's my farewell to the newspaper game. I'm going to live a normal life and have a home. She reaches the drawer of desk and gets some stuff which she puts into bag. I'm going to be a woman, not a news-getting machine. I'm going to have babies and nurse them and love them and give them cod liver oil and worry about their new teeth. And the minute I catch one of them even looking at a newspaper, I'm going to brain him. Where's my hat? Somebody points to her hat. She rises and goes toward it. Her bag is still open. Her phone rings. Schwartz answers it. Schwartz, subdued tones. Hello, Mr. Burns. Yes, she's still here. Hildy, stopping midway to her hat. I'll take it. She comes over to phone. What's the matter, Mr. Burns? Don't you understand English? Why, your language is shocking, Mr. Burns. Positively shocking. I don't mind because I was married to you and know what to expect, but suppose Central is listening in. Oh, did you hear that, Central? We ought to report him, don't you think? Oh, phooey on you. She pulls the phone out of the wall, walks toward window, and tosses it out of the window. She waits for the crash, turns back, and says, Now where was that hat? Oh, yes. She starts toward it. Interior, Sheriff Hartman's office, medium shot. Williams. I hope you're pretty nearly through with me, Doctor. I'm getting a little fatigued. Hartman. Yeah, you don't want to tire him out, Doctor. Egelhofer. Just one thing more. I'd like to reenact the crime, Mr. Williams. May I have your gun, please, Sheriff? Hartman starts to take gun out. Hesitates. Hartman. I don't know. Egelhofer, insistently. Come, Sheriff. Lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice. Nothing's going to happen. Hartman hands him the gun. Egelhofer. Now, the sheriff will be Molly Malloy, in whose room you were. You will be Earl Williams, and I will be the policeman. Follow me, Mr. Williams. Williams. Yes, sir. Egelhofer hands the gun to Williams, and then backs up a few paces. Egelhofer. So, now I say to you, Earl Williams, you are under arrest, and you point your gun at me. Williams, hesitantly. Well, it wasn't exactly that way. Egelhofer, insistently. Point the gun at me. Williams does so. Egelhofer. Then what did you do? William hesitates for a moment and then pulls the trigger. Hartman promptly dives under the desk as Egelhofer topples over. Williams, pathetically, "Now can I go, please?" There is a loud banging on the door and a voice calling, "Hey, Sheriff, open up! What happened?" Williams, alarmed by voice, turns and starts toward window. Interior, press room, medium group shot. Hildy is now wearing her hat and gloves. She picks up her bag and starts for the door. Endicott, "Goodbye, Janssen." McHugh, "So long, Hildy." Murphy, "Send us a postcard, kid." Schwartz, "We'll keep the lamp in the window for you." Bensinger, "Goodbye, Hildy." Hildy has crossed to doorway, the camera trucking with her. She turns and faces the room to make a last bravura speech. Hildy, "Well, goodbye, you wage slaves. When you're crawling up fire escapes, getting kicked out of front doors, and eating Christmas dinners in one-arm joints, don't forget your pal, Hildy Johnson. And remember, my husband sells insurance." She turns and starts on a bit of a verse. "It takes a heap of living to make a house a home." She is interrupted by a terrific fusillade of shots in the courtyard. A roar of excited voices comes up. For a tense second, everyone is motionless. There is another volley of shots. Wilson, Endicott, and Murphy jump for the window. Close shot at window. Voices from courtyard. "Get the riot guns! Spread out, you fellows!" etc. Wilson, "There's a jailbreak." Murphy, at window simultaneously. "Cooley, what's the matter? What's happened?" Voices from yard. "Watch the gate. He's probably trying the gate." Outside, a siren begins to wail. Endicott, out the window. "Who got away? Who was it?" Voice outside. "Earl Williams." The reporters. "Who? Who'd he say? Earl Williams? It was Earl Williams. He got away." Etc. Shot at desk. McHugh, "Holy, give me that telephone." Works the hook frantically. "Hurry, hurry up, this is important." Medium shot, taking in door. Searchlights hit the windows, sweeping from direction of the jail. Hildy stands paralyzed, her bundle in her hand. There is another rifle volley. 2 window panes crash into the room. Some plaster falls. Gongs sound above the siren. The boys are jumping for their telephones. Another window pane goes. McHugh, screaming, "Look out!" Close shot at window. Murphy, out the window. "Look out where you're aiming, will you?" A quick montage of reporters at their various phones follows. "Give me the desk." "Flash! Earl Williams just escaped." "Don't know yet. Call you back," etc. are shouted into the phones by Schwartz, Wilson, McHugh, Endicott, Bensinger, and Murphy. After each man communicates with his paper, he dashes for the door. Medium shot, the last of the reporters is gone. Close shot, Hildy. Her bag, almost unnoticed, falls to the floor. Camera trucks with her as she moves back into the room, absently grabbing and trailing a chair. Another angle. Hildy, She lets go of the chair and takes one of the telephones. Hildy, "Morning Post? Get me Walter Burns. Quick. Hildy Johnson calling." Very calmly, she sits on the long table, her back against the wall, and waits. Close up of Hildy. "Walter?" Hildy, "Earl Williams just escaped from the county jail. Yep. Don't worry, I'm on the job." She hangs up. Medium shot. There's another volley outside. Hildy sails her hat and starts peeling off her gloves as she jumps for the door. Exterior, courtyard, day. Medium shot, at the gate. There are the reporters joining armed guards who are leaping into squad cars, ready for the chase. Cooley is beside the gate. As the reporters and guards pile into the cars, the gate opens and out they go. Medium shot at door leading from building to courtyard. Hildy comes on a run from this door, hesitates a moment, then sees something off scene and runs for it. Medium shot, squad car. As it comes careening across courtyard toward gate, Hildy tears into scene, jumps for and makes the running board, and hangs there as the car swerves up to the gate. Medium shot at gate. Hildy notices Cooley as the car, gathering speed, goes by him. She leaps from the running board and lands clump on Cooley. Close shot, Hildy and Cooley. Cooley has been knocked to the ground by the impact of Hildy's leap. She is sitting on him. Hildy. Cooley, I want to talk to you. Cooley, trying to get up. Hildy, I can't. I'm busy. Let me up, Hildy. Earl Williams has escaped. He struggles. Hildy. There's money in it, Cooley. Cooley. I can't, Hildy. It means my job. It means... Hildy, interrupting him. A lot of money. She opens her bag. $450. She fingers the bills. How much? $450. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Let me up. Cooley gets up and dusts himself off. Let's see the money. Hildy, money still in her hand. First we talk. How did Earl Williams get that gun? Cooley looks around quickly. Come on and I'll tell you. He jerks his head, indicating to Hildy to follow him. Medium shot. They move off as the gates are closed. Dissolve 2. Interior press room. Criminal Courts Building. Day. Full shot. The room is empty. All the telephones are ringing crazily. Endicott enters hurriedly, crosses to his phone. Endicott talking. Close shot, Endicott at phone. Endicott into phone. No, nobody knows where he got the gun, but I think Molly Malloy smuggled it into him. He ran up the fire escape and went back in the infirmary window. Then he got out through the skylight. He must have slid down the rain pipe to the street. Murphy's voice. Give me the desk. Medium 2 shot, including Murphy and Endicott at separate phones. Endicott. No, I tell you, nobody knows where he got it. Murphy. The Crime Commission has offered a reward of $10,000 for Williams' capture. Call you back. He hangs up swiftly and goes out. Murphy. No clue yet as to Earl Williams' whereabouts. Here's a little feature, though. There's been an accident about a tear bomb. Wilson enters and picks up his phone. Wilson talking. Murphy. Yeah, tear bomb. Criminals cry for it. Medium shot, including Murphy, Wilson, and doorway. The sheriff enters, turning as he enters. As he turns back to someone in corridor. Hartman. If the mayor wants me, he knows where I am. Murphy, into phone. This tear bomb went off unexpectedly in the hands of Sheriff Hartman's bombing squad. Hartman. What went off? Murphy, into phone. 4 of Mr. Hartman's deputy sheriffs were rushed to the hospital. Hartman. A fine, fair-weather friend you are. Murphy, remorselessly, into phone. The names are Merwin D. Mayer, who is the mayor's brother-in-law. Hartman. After all I've done for you. Murphy, continuing. Howard Schenken, the sheriff's uncle on his mother's side. Wilson, into phone. Hello, Jim. Sidelights on Sheriff Hartman's manhunt. The sheriff spins around. Another enemy. At this moment, Hildy enters the room and crosses casually to her telephone where she stands waiting. Murphy, into phone. William Lundgren, who is the sheriff's landlord, and Lester Bartow, who married the sheriff's niece. You remember, the very homely dame? Call you back. He hangs up. Wilson, into phone. Mrs. William Tausig, age 55, scrub lady, while at work scrubbing the 8th floor of the Commerce Building, was shot in the left leg by one of Sheriff Hartman's deputies. Hartman groans. There is a sound of machine gun firing in the courtyard. Hildy. There goes another scrub lady. Wilson, into phone. I'll go right after it. He hangs up and exits. Murphy, to Hildy. Any dope yet on how he got out? Hildy. From all I can get, the sheriff let him out so he could vote for him. Hartman. I'm very disappointed in you, Hildy Johnson. He turns and exits. Close shot at table near Hildy's phone. Taking in Hildy and Murphy. Murphy. How do you suppose Williams got that gun? As Hildy shrugs, there's another flurry of machine gun fire. Murphy leaves precipitately. Hildy, alone at last, picks up the phone. Hildy, into phone. Give me Walter Burns, quick. She lays down the telephone receiver and crosses to the door, which she closes, then returns to the phone. Hildy, picking up the phone. Walter, listen. I've got the inside story on how Williams got the gun and escaped. Interior, Walter Burns' office. Day. Close shot, Burns. At his desk, telephone to his ear. Burns. Exclusive? That's great. Interior, press room, day. Close shot, Hildy. Hildy. It cost me $450 to tear it out of Cooley. Interior, Burns' office. Close shot, Burns. Never mind that. What's the story? Hildy. Never mind it. That's not my money. That's Bruce's money. Burns. You'll get it. Now what's the story? He raises his hand. I'll have the paper send the money right down to you. I swear it on my mother's grave. Hildy. Wait a minute. Your mother's alive. Burns. I meant on my grandmother's grave. Don't be so technical, Hildy. What's the story? Well, this expert Dr. Egelhofer from New York decides to make Williams reenact the crime. She starts to giggle at the thought. Well, I'm coming to it. It seems the professor had to have a gun to reenact the crime with. And who do you suppose supplied it? Nobody else but that great thinker, Sheriff Hartman. No kidding, Hildy. Say, this isn't a rib? No, this is on the level, Walter. I'm not good enough to make this one up. The sheriff gave his gun to the professor gave it to Earl, and Earl gave it right back to the professor, right in the stomach. Who? No, Egelhofer wasn't hurt badly. They took him to the county hospital where they're afraid he'll recover. That's great work, Hildy. Huh? Oh, will you stop worrying about the money? I'll see you get it in 15 minutes. It better be 15 minutes because Bruce is waiting downstairs in a taxi cab and that meter's clicking away to beat the band. Hold on a minute. Camera pulls back, disclosing Lewis and a blonde, sitting on a divan in Walter's office. Burns beckons the blonde. His hand carefully over receiver of phone. Come here. There's a guy waiting in a taxi in front of the criminal courts building. His name is Bruce Baldwin. Can you do your stuff? Blonde. I've never flopped on you, have I? Burns. Then scram. You've got about 2 minutes. She exits. Burns, into phone. Sorry to keep you waiting. How much was it again? $450? Hang on a second. He puts his hand over the phone again and beckons to Lewis. I need $450 in counterfeit money. You know where I can get it? Lewis. It's awful funny. I happen to have some on me. Burns, into phone. It's coming right over. I'm sending it over with Lewis. Thanks for the story and good luck on your honeymoon. Interior, press room, medium shot, Hildy at telephone. Keep the thanks, but just see that the money gets here. She hangs up. The door opens and McHugh enters and crosses to his phone. Hello, Hildy. I thought you were gone. I thought so too. Hildy takes a look at the clock, rises, and begins to pace up and down, pounding her hands together, Close shot, McHugh at phone. McHugh speaking. Mrs. Phoebe DeWolf, 861.5 South State Street. Colored. Gave birth in a patrol wagon with Sheriff Hartman's Special Rifle Squad acting as nurses. Well, Phoebe was walking along the street when all of a sudden she began. That's right. So the police coaxed her into the patrol wagon and they started a race with a stork. When the baby was born, the rifle squad examined him carefully to see if it was Earl Williams, who they knew was hiding somewhere. Medium shot. Hildy is still pacing. McHugh laughs at his own joke. McHugh to Hildy. Did you get that, Hildy? No. What? Hildy's phone rings. She answers. Close shot. Hildy at phone. Hello, Bruce. I thought you were downstairs in a... What? Arrested again? What for this time, Bruce? Mashing? Oh, Bruce. Can't I leave you alone for 3 minutes even? Well, where are you? The 27th precinct? All right, I'll be right over. She breaks off and looks down at her bag on the desk. I'll be over in 20 minutes, Bruce. She hangs up. If I ever see Walter Burns... She picks up the phone and dials viciously. Get me Walter Burns. Hildy Johnson. Well, he was there just a minute ago. Have him call me back. She hangs up. Medium shot. Hildy to McHugh. If Walter Burns calls, hold the wire for me, will you? I'll be right back. She goes out. McHugh. Okay, Hildy. Into phone. Well, we can't get any official statement. Medium shot, another angle. The door opens and the mayor enters. McHugh into phone. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the mayor. Maybe he'll give us one. Close up, the mayor. Turning away with a wave of his hand. Mayor. Don't pester me now, please. I got a lot on my mind. Close up, McHugh into phone. His Honor won't say anything. He hangs up and exits out of scene. Medium close shot, mayor taking in door. McHugh comes in to him. Murphy and Endicott come in. Mayor to McHugh. Have you seen Sheriff Hartman? McHugh. It's hard to say, Your Honor. The place is so full of cockroaches. Murphy. Say, Your Honor, what effect's this jailbreak going to have on the colored voters? Close up, the mayor. Not an iota. In what way can an unavoidable misfortune of this sort influence the duty of every citizen, colored or otherwise? Medium shot, including group. Endicott. Your Honor, is there a red menace or ain't there? The sheriff comes scooting in. Mayor to the sheriff. Hartman, I've been looking for you. He closes in on the sheriff, followed by the reporters. Murphy. So have we. Endicott. What's the dope, Sheriff? Murphy. Who engineered this getaway? Close shot. Hartman. Just a minute. We've got him located. Williams? Where is he? Where he used to live. You can catch the riot squad. It's just going out. The boys beat it. Fast. Mayor. Pete, I want to talk to you. Hartman. I ain't got time, Fred. Honest. I'll see you later. Mayor. Did you actually give Williams that gun? Hartman. A whale. The professor asked me for it. I thought it was for something scientific. Mayor. Pete, I've got a mighty unpleasant task to The sheriff suddenly nudges him for quiet, and the mayor, turning, sees another angle featuring Schwartz, coming in and going to the phone. He is whistling. Schwartz. Hi, Your Honor. Into phone. Schwartz calling. To the mayor. How about it, Your Honor? Any statement on the Red Uprising tomorrow? What Red Uprising? There will be no Red Uprising. Schwartz. Into phone. Gimme rewrite. To the mayor. The governor says the situation calls for the militia. Mayor. You can quote me as saying that anything the governor says is a tissue of lies. Schwartz. Into phone. Hello, Jake. There's a red-hot statement from the governor. He claims that the mayor and the sheriff have shown themselves to be a couple of 8-year-olds playing with fire. Close up, Sheriff and Mayor. Schwartz's voice. Quote him as follows. It is a lucky thing for the city that next Tuesday is election day, as the citizens will thus be saved the expense of impeaching the mayor and the sheriff. That's all. Call you back. Medium shot, Schwartz. He hangs up and starts out. Schwartz. Nice to have seen you, Mayor. He exits, whistling. Mayor. We've got to go somewhere private, Pete. I've got to talk to you straight from the shoulder. They start out. Medium shot, Sheriff and Mayor. As they start for the door, it opens. As they exit, Hildy enters, almost crossing them, but not quite noticing them, as she starts pounding her hands together and pacing up and down the press room. Medium shot, Mayor and Sheriff. As they start down the hall, camera trucking with them. Hartman, beside himself. Now listen, Fred. Just give me a few hours before you make any decisions. I'll get results. I'm doing everything humanly possible. I've just sworn in 400 deputies. Mayor. 400? Do you want to bankrupt this administration? Hartman, pleadingly. I'm getting them for $12 a night. Mayor. $12? For those rheumatic uncles of yours? Gesturing. Out shooting everybody they see for the fun of it? Hartman, with dignity. If you're talking about my brother-in-law, he's worked for the city 15 years. They come to the door of the sheriff's office. Hartman opens the door, and the mayor enters, Hartman following. Interior, sheriff's office, medium close shot. Hartman closes the door and turns to Mayor, who faces him portentously. Pete, you're through. Hartman, stunned. What do you mean, through? Mayor. I mean I'm scratching your name off the ticket Tuesday and running Chernecki in your place. It's nothing personal. And Pete, it's the only way out. It's a sacrifice we all ought to be glad to make. Hartman, David to Jonathan. Fred. Mayor. Now, Pete, please don't appeal to my sentimental side. Hartman. Fred, I don't know what to say. A thing like this almost destroys a man's faith in human nature. I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Pete. Our families, Fred. I've always looked on Bessie as my own sister. Mayor, wavering and desperate. If there was any way out. As the phone rings. Hartman. There is a way out. I've got Williams surrounded, haven't I? What more do you want? Into the phone. Hello. Yes. Hello. 400 suppers. Nothing doing. This is a manhunt, not a banquet. The $12 includes everything. He hangs up. Hartman. That gives you an idea of what I'm up against. Mayor, hotly. We're up against a lot more than that with that nutty slogan you invented. Reform the Reds with a rope. The sheriff winces. Mayor. Williams ain't a Red and you know it. Hartman. Well, there's a lot of communistic sympathizers around. I know it, but they've got nothing to do with this case. Do you realize there are 200,000 votes at stake unless we hang Earl Williams? We're going to lose them? But we're going to hang him, Fred. He can't get away. A knock on the door. Mayor. What do you mean he can't get away? He got away, didn't he? Knocking louder. Mayor. Who's out there? Voice outside. Pincus. Is Sheriff Hartman in there? Sheriff starts for door. Hartman, relieved. Ha, for me. Medium shot, taking in door. Sheriff opens the door. A small, very colorless and ineffectual man named Pincus is there. Hartman, as he opens the door, disclosing Pincus. I'm Sheriff Hartman. You want me? Pincus, coming in. You're certainly a hard fellow to find, Sheriff. Mayor, annoyed. What do you want? Pincus, taking a document from his pocket and proffering it to Sheriff. I'm a messenger of the State House. This is from the governor. Mayor. What's from the governor? Pincus. The reprieve for Earl Williams. Hartman, stunned. For who? Pincus. Earl Williams, the reprieve. Mayor. Wait a minute. Getting his bearings. Hartman, bursting forth. The governor gave me his word of honor he wouldn't interfere. 2 days ago. Mayor. And you fell for it, Pete. It frightens me what I'd like to do to you. To Pincus. Who else knows about this? The sheriff, with shaking hands, opens and begins to read the thing. Pincus. They were all standing around when he wrote it. It was after they got back from fishing. Mayor, to Sheriff. Get the governor on the phone. Pincus, helpfully. You can't get him on the phone. He's out duck shooting right now. Mayor. Fishing, duck shooting. How do you like that? A guy does nothing more strenuous for 40 years than play Pinochle. He gets elected governor, and right away he thinks he's Tarzan. Hartman, thrusting the document at the mayor. Read it. Insane, he says, shaking a finger in Pincus's face. He knows very well that Williams ain't insane. Pincus. Yeah, but Mayor, interrupting. Pure politics. Hartman. An attempt to ruin us. The phone rings. Hartman starts for it. Mayor, reading. Dementia praecox. Hartman. We got to think fast before those lying reporters get hold of this. What'll we tell him? Mayor. Tell him the party is through in this state on account of you. Hartman. Fred. Into phone. Hello, this is Hartman. Mayor. Apoplectic. And you can tell him as an afterthought that I want your resignation now. Hartman. From the phone. Shh. Wait, Fred. Excitedly, into phone. What? Where? Where? Holy Moses. Mayor. What is it? Hartman. They got him. Back to phone. Wait a minute. Hold the wire. To the mayor. They got Earl Williams surrounded. The riot squad has. In his house. Mayor. Tell him to hold the wire. Hartman. I did. Into phone. Hold the wire. Mayor. Cover up that transmitter. Sheriff does so. Mayor faces Cooney. Mayor. Now listen. You never arrived here with this reprieve. Get it? Pincus, blinking. Yes, I did. Just now. Don't you remember? How much do you make a week? Huh? Mayor, impatiently. How much do you make a week? What's your salary? Pincus, reluctantly. $40. Hartman, into phone. No, don't cut me off. Mayor. How would you like to have a job for $350 a month? That's almost $100 a week. Pincus. Who, me? Who do you think? Pincus is a little startled. The mayor hastens to adopt a milder manner. Now listen. There's a fine opening for a fellow like you in the city sealer's office. The what? The city sealer's office. You mean here in the city? Yes, yes. Hartman, at the phone. Well, wait a minute, will you? I'm in conference. Pincus, a very deliberate intellect. No, I couldn't do that. Mayor. Why not? I couldn't work in the city. You see, I've got my family in the country. Mayor, desperate. But you could bring him in here. We'll pay all your expenses. Pincus, with vast thought. No, I don't think so. For heaven's sake, why not? I got 2 kids going to school there, and if I changed them from one town to another, they'd lose a grade. No, they wouldn't. They'd gain one, and I guarantee that they'll graduate with highest honors. Yeah? Hartman, into phone. Hold your horses, will you, Olson? Hurry up, Fred. Mayor, now what do you say? Pincus, this puts me in a peculiar hole. No, it doesn't. Mayor hands him the reprieve. Now remember, you never delivered this. Rushing him to the door. You got caught in the traffic or something. Opening the door. Now get out of here and don't let anybody see you. Pincus, but how do I know? Mayor, come in and see me in my office tomorrow. What's your name? Pincus. Mayor, taking out his wallet. All right, Mr. Pincus, all you've got to do is lay low and keep your mouth shut. Here. He hands him a card. Go to this address. It's a nice, homey little place, and they'll take care of you for the night. Just tell them Fred sent you. And here's $50 on account. He pushes the money into Pincus's hand and pushes him through the door. Pincus goes. Hartman, into phone, desperately. Will you wait, Olson? I'll tell you in a minute. The door opens again, and Pincus comes back in. You forgot to tell me what a city sealer has to do. Mayor, turning hastily toward Pincus. I'll explain it tomorrow. Is it hard? No, it's easy. It's very easy. Hartman, pleadingly, into phone. Just 1 second. Pincus. That's good because my health ain't what it used to be. Mayor, pushing him out the door. We'll fix that too. He closes the door after him. Hartman, into phone. One more plea. Just 1 second. He turns to the mayor with a gesture of appeal. The mayor closes the door and turns to Hartman. Mayor, huskily. All right, tell him to shoot to kill. Hartman, what? Mayor, shoot to kill, I said. I don't know, Fred. There's that reprieve if they ever find out. Nobody reprieved that policeman he murdered. Now do as I tell you. Hartman, into phone. Hello, Olson. Listen. His voice is weak. Shoot to kill. That's the orders. Pass the word along. No, we don't want him. And listen, Olson, $500 for the guy that does the job. Yes, I'll be right out there. He hangs up. Well, I hope that's the right thing to do. Mayor, now take that guilty look off of your face, Pete, and stop trembling like a horse. Hartman, mopping his brow. If we didn't have election Tuesday, I'd have this on my conscience. Interior, corridor outside press room, medium shot. Louis comes from the direction of the stairs and crosses toward door to press room. He pauses a moment, puts his hand in his pocket, pulls out some bills, counts them, and opens the door. Interior, press room, medium shot. Hildy is still pacing, pounding her hands together and glancing every so often at the clock on the wall. Suddenly, she crosses to her phone, picks up transmitter. Hildy, into phone. Will you try... Louis's voice. Hildy. Hildy, wheeling towards the door. Louis. She drops the phone and hurries towards him. Have you got my dough? Louis. Oh, sure. The boss sent me over with it. $400, wasn't it? Hildy. $450, and I'll cut your throat if you try any tricks. All right, all right. You can't blame a guy for trying, can you? Come on with that money. First, you gotta sign a receipt. He pulls out a receipt. Where's the money? Keep your shirt on. I got it right here. He picks out money and counts. 100, 200, 300, 450. Now sign. Hildy grabs money and signs. Here. Louis. Thanks. So long, Hildy. Hildy, grabbing him. So long, nothing. Where's Bruce Baldwin's wallet? Louis. Huh? None of that innocent stuff, you double-crossing hyena. You stuck Bruce Baldwin in jail this afternoon on a phony charge that he swiped your watch, and you frisked his wallet. Now give me that wallet or I'll stick you in jail, and it won't be on any phony charge either. It'll be for life. Lewis. Now don't get excited, Hildy. I don't know what you're talking about, but is this Mr. Baldwin's wallet? He takes Bruce's wallet out. Hildy, grabbing it. You know it is. I didn't frisk him. He must have dropped it in Burns's office. I didn't know whose it was. No, and you don't know that your cheap boss has had Mr. Baldwin arrested again, do you? What? Already? Why, the dame left only a minute before I did. He suddenly realizes what he said and sprints for the door. Hildy chucks something at him. It just misses as he ducks out of the door. Medium shot, another angle. Hildy casts a savage look after the departed Louis, takes another look at the clock, and grabs a phone and starts to dial. Hildy, into phone. 27th Precinct Station House. Hildy stops short, arrested by a sound from the open window. She turns and sees Earl Williams, looking more inoffensive and exhausted than ever, indeed on the verge of collapse. He carries a large revolver. The searchlights that have been playing in the courtyard strike into the windows again. Williams, pointing gun at her. Drop that phone. Hildy drops the phone back on the hook. Williams, supporting himself by holding on to edge of desk. You're not going to phone anybody where I am. Hildy, bracing herself. Put down that gun, Earl. He advances steadily toward Hildy, the gun aimed at her. Hildy, you're not going to shoot me, Earl. I'm your friend, remember? I've got to write that story about your production for use. Williams, yes, that's right, production for use. Hildy starts walking toward him slowly. Earl, you don't want to hurt your friends, do you? Don't move. Hildy stops. Williams, maybe you're my friend and maybe you're not, but don't come any nearer. You can't trust anybody in this crazy world. Say, I'll bet I could shoot you from here. Sure you could, Earl, but you wouldn't want to do that, would you? You wouldn't want to kill anybody. No, you're right. I don't want to kill anybody. All I want to do is be let alone. Hildy sneaks another step forward. Earl, there's just one thing I ought to clear up for the interview. What's that? Only you're getting too near. I don't trust anybody. I don't blame you, Earl. Another step forward. If I were in your place, I wouldn't trust anybody either. Williams, suddenly, keep away. He points the gun at Hildy, pulls the trigger, and we hear a faint click. Williams, weakly, I guess I used all the shells. Close two-shot. He drops the gun and clutches at the edge of the desk for support. Hildy lurches forward, and she grabs the other side of the desk for support. And at this moment, she looks more tired than he does. She looks at Earl and breathes heavily. Earl, you must never do that again. Williams, oh, I'm awful tired. I couldn't go through another day like this. Hildy, more her old self now. Well, maybe you think I could. Camera follows her as she retrieves the gun and jams it in her purse, jumps to the windows, pulls down the shades. Earl's voice, I'm not afraid to die. I was telling the fellow that when he handed me the gun. Hildy crosses swiftly to the door, locks it, and puts out the lights, so that they are visible only faintly in the light from the areaway. Hildy, don't talk too loud. Williams, babbling on as she moves about. Waking me up in the middle of the night, talking to me about things they don't understand, calling me a Bolshevik. I'm an anarchist. It's got nothing to do with bombs. It's the philosophy that guarantees every man freedom. You see that, don't you? Sure I do, Earl. Hildy is looking around for a hiding place for him. Williams, I wish they'd take me back and hang me. I done my best. He abruptly crumples and falls to the floor. Hildy stands for a second, desperate. Then she picks him up and half carries, half drags him toward a chair and places him in it. Then she makes a quick dash for her phone. Hello, give me Walter Burns, quick. Another phone there rings. Hildy answers it, propping the receiver of her own phone between ear and shoulder. Close up, Hildy at phone. Hildy into second phone. Hello? Hello, Bruce. Oh, Bruce, please, I know I said I'd be down in 15 minutes, but something terrific's happened. Hang on, Bruce. Into first phone. Walter? Hildy, come over here right away. Wait. Into second phone. Bruce, just a second, Bruce. I'll explain everything. Into first phone. Walter, get this. I've got Earl Williams. Yes, here in the press room. Honest. On the level. Hurry. I need you. She hangs up and turns into second phone. Bruce, this is the biggest thing that ever happened. She lowers her voice. I just captured Earl Williams. You know, the murderer. There is a knocking on the door, but she doesn't hear it. Bruce, I'll be down. Well, Bruce, the minute I turn him over to the paper, I'll be right down. Bruce, don't you... Bruce, I can't now. I can't, don't you realize? There is a click from the phone. He is hung up. Hildy dejectedly hangs up the phone. There is the sound of knocking on the door. She springs up. Medium shot, taking in door. Hildy glares apprehensively, then crosses to it. Who's there? Molly's voice. It's me, Molly Malloy. Let me in. Hildy carefully unlocks the door. Molly bounds in like a wildcat and seizes her. Molly. Where are they gone? You know where they are? Hildy. Wait a minute, Molly. She manages to relock the door, then turns, leaning against it, facing Molly. Close shot, Hildy and Molly. Molly. They got him surrounded someplace, gonna shoot him like a dog. Hildy. Molly, they haven't got him. You gotta help me, Molly. We've got to do something. What do you mean? There is a sound, a groan, as William starts to come to. Molly, spinning around. What's that? Hildy. Quiet, Molly. There's something funny going on around here. Medium shot. Molly crosses to wall and switches on the lights. She sees Williams, sobs, and rushes over to him. Close up, Earl and Molly. Molly gets down on her knees and begins ministering to Earl. He opens his eyes. Williams. Hello, Molly. Molly begins to sob. Wider angle shot. Hildy comes over and says, Quiet, Molly, quiet. Williams, putting out hand to stroke her hair. Don't cry, Molly. There's nothing to cry about. Hildy. How'd you get here, Earl? Down the drain pipe. I didn't mean to shoot him. You believe me, don't you, Molly? Of course I believe you. I forgot to thank you for those roses. They were beautiful. That's all right, Mr. Williams. To Hildy. You're a woman. You got to help us. You got to get him out of here, someplace where I can take care of him. Hildy. Stop screaming, Molly, or we're sunk. I'm trying to think of something before those reporters get back. Williams. Let him take me. It's better that way. Molly. No, I'll never let him. The door is tried outside. Molly. They'll get him. They'll get him. Hildy. Shh. Interior, corridor outside press room. Close shot. Endicott at door is trying to get in. Endicott, who locked the door? Interior press room, back to Hildy. Just a second, Mike, whispering to Molly. Molly, I got it. Medium close shot at desk. Hildy jumps into the desk and opens it, turning to cry in a tense whisper to Earl. Can you get in this desk? Interior corridor, close shot. Wilson is there too now, and he and Endicott are pounding on the door. What's going on in there? Interior, press room, Hildy, Molly, and Earl. Molly and Earl are with Hildy in front of desk now. They are speaking in whispers. Williams, what good'll it do? Hildy, we'll get you out in 10 minutes. Interior, corridor, outside door. Endicott, open up there, will you? Interior, press room, Hildy, Molly, and Earl. Hildy, all right. Molly, to Earl, go on, shoving him to desk. Please. Williams, they'll find me anyhow. There is further and louder pounding on the door. Earl gets in the desk. Hildy and Molly pull the roll top down over him. Hildy, calling, I'm coming, to Earl. Keep dead quiet, don't even breathe. Molly, to Earl, I'll be right here, I won't leave you. Interior, corridor, outside door. Endicott, giving door a terrific kick. Hey! Interior, press room, close shot, Hildy and Molly. Hildy, to Molly. Molly, drop down here, you fainted. Molly, what's the idea? Hildy, never mind, just play dead. Hildy rapidly unbuttons Molly's waist and throws it back. The kicking at the door continues. Medium shot. Hildy rushes over to windows and pulls up the shades. Molly is lying quietly on the floor with her eyes closed. Hildy rushes over to water cooler and gets a paper cup full of water. She throws the water in Molly's face. Molly, spluttering, Hey! Hildy, fiercely, Shut up, you! Hildy crosses swiftly to the door. Interior, corridor, outside door. The door opens in Endicott's face, and there's Miss Johnson, quite cool. Endicott, kind of exclusive, ain't you? We've got calls to make, you know. Hildy, run down and get some smelling salts, will you? Wilson, smelling salts? What's going on here? They catch sight of Molly, stretched out on the floor. Endicott, Molly Malloy, what happened to her? Hildy, as Endicott and Wilson enter room. Came up here, had hysterics, and passed out. I've been trying to get her to come too. Interior, press room, medium shot. Molly is shaking her head. Endicott, she looks as though she's going to come too. Hildy, give me a hand with her, will you? Okay. Up you go, Molly. Lifting Molly. Hildy and Endicott lift Molly and seat her in a chair. Wilson crosses to his phone. Close shot, Wilson at phone. City desk. Medium close shot, taking in Hildy, Wilson, and Molly, and Endicott. Endicott. She'll be all right. Crosses to his phone. The desk. Wilson, into phone. Well, they surrounded the house all right, only they forgot to tell Williams, and he wasn't there. Medium long shot, taking in door. Murphy comes in. Murphy, seeing Hildy, who has been fastening Molly's blouse. Hildy, I thought you were gone. Hildy, well, I was going, but Molly fainted away, and I thought I ought to do what I could. Murphy, some Halloween going on outside, the whole police force standing on its ear. Murphy crosses to his phone. McHugh comes in. McHugh, panting. What a chase. Endicott, into phone. No luck on Williams yet. Call you back. He hangs up. Wilson, into phone. Okay, later. He hangs up. Murphy, into phone. Murphy talking. Schwartz comes in. Hildy, Any news? Schwartz. Yeah, I was never so tired in my life. He picks up his phone. McHugh, into phone. Where? Harrison Street Station? All right, connect me. Schwartz, into phone. Schwartz calling. Out with Hartman's deputies. I'm in a drugstore. You can't call me back because I'm going right on with them. He hangs up, puts his feet on the desk. Close shot, Hildy and Molly. Hildy. Are you all right now? Molly. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Medium shot, group. Murphy. Sure, Molly, you never looked better in your life. McHugh, turning from phone. Yeah, hold the line. Hey, this looks good. An old lady just called the detective bureau and claims Williams is hiding in her cellar. Well, we've looked every other place. Want to go out on it? Endicott. Aw, nuts with chasing around anymore. I spent $1.40 on taxis already. Schwartz. I say we don't go out anymore. Let Earl Williams come to us. Close-up of Hildy. A fine bunch of reporters. Biggest story in 2 years and they're too lazy to go after it. Medium shot, group. Endicott. It's easy for you to talk. You're retired. We're still working. McHugh. Okay. Into phone. Forget it. He hangs up. Hildy. What's the matter with you boys? Afraid it might rain? If you want to go, I'll cover this end. Murphy. Say, Hildy, if I know you, you sound pretty anxious to get rid of us. Are you trying to scoop us or something? Endicott. Something smells around here. If you ask me, Molly gave her the story on how Williams got that gun. Turning on Molly. Did you smuggle that gun into Williams, Molly? Molly. I didn't do nothing. McHugh, crossing to Molly. Come clean, Molly. Wilson, Endicott, and Murphy follow McHugh toward Hildy. Endicott. Better let us in on it, Molly. Hildy. Oh, why don't you let her alone? She's ill. Murphy. Oh, you two are pals now. I think you're right, Endicott. Molly did give her some kind of story. I tell you, it's a screwy setup. We better hold on to them both. At this point, Mrs. Baldwin appears in the doorway. Hildy gasps and starts for her. Medium shot at door. Mrs. Baldwin is in a very righteous mood. Mrs. Baldwin. Well? Close shot, Hildy, as she comes in to her. Mother. Mrs. Baldwin. Don't you mother me, playing cat and mouse with my poor boy, keeping him locked up, making us miss 2 trains, and supposed to be married tomorrow. Mother, I can explain everything. I'll go with you in 5 minutes and... You don't have to go with me at all. Just give me my son's money and you can stay here forever as far as I'm concerned. Stay with that murderer you caught. Close shot, reporters, as they get this. Reactions as they glance at one another. Mrs. Baldwin's voice continuing. Which one of these men is it? They all look like murderers to me. Murphy. Where does she get that stuff? Schwartz. Shall we tell her what she looks like? Endicott. Wait a minute. What murderer did you catch, Hildy? Medium shot, group. The reporters are looking intently at Hildy and Mrs. Baldwin. Hildy. I don't know what she's talking about. I never said any such thing. Mrs. Baldwin. I'm quoting my son, and he has never lied to me. The reporters move toward Hildy and Mrs. Baldwin, speaking simultaneously. Reporters. I knew something stunk around here. Who says she caught him? What do you mean she's caught a murderer? Etc. Hildy, desperately. But I never said anything like that. Mrs. Baldwin. Yes, you did. Close up, Molly. She never told her that. Medium close shot, group. Hildy. I said I was trying to catch one. To Mrs. Baldwin. You got it balled up, Mother. Close shot, taking in Molly, with Murphy coming into scene to her. Murphy. What do you know about it? How do you know she didn't? He grabs her cruelly by an arm. Molly, let go! Endicott comes into scene. Hold on to her, Jimmy. She's in with Hildy on this. Close shot, Hildy and Mrs. Baldwin. Hildy tense with anxiety, her eyes on Molly. Murphy comes viciously into scene to her and jerks Hildy by an arm. Murphy, who are you holding out on? Come clean, or we'll make you wish you had. Medium shot, as the rest of the reporters surround Hildy menacingly. Hildy, are you going to cross us for Walter Burns after the way you told him off? Give in, Hildy. You can't get away with it. Close up, Molly, as she cries wildly. Wait, you stool pigeons. She don't know where Williams is. I'm the one that knows. Shot of reporters as they turn on Molly. What do you mean you know? They start for Molly. Medium shot. Molly begins backing slowly around the table, away from them, toward the window. Go find out, you heels. You don't think I'm going to tell. Close up, Hildy, who has remained riveted at desk. Hildy, let her alone. She's goofy. Molly and reporters. Hemmed in by the massed reporters, she makes a sudden lunge for the door. Reporters. Look out! Close that door. They split, some of them heading her off at the door, others from opposite side of the table, so that she runs back between window and table. You ain't getting out of here. Now, where is he? Where are you hiding him? Molly. I ain't gonna squeal. I ain't going to. Murphy, leaning across table. Come on, you, before we slap you down. Do you want us to call the cops and have them give you the boots? Where is he before we beat it out of you? Molly, backing. Don't you come near me, you kidney foot. Murphy continues to advance on her. The reporters start for her from the other side. Molly snatches up a chair and swings it at the advancing circle of men. Molly, wild and blubbering. Let me alone or I'll knock your heads off. Endicott. Put down that chair. Schwartz. Get around, get on the side of her. Molly, still backing up. No, you don't. A scream. Keep away. Wilson. Grab her. With a last wild look at her encircling foes, Molly. You'll never get it out of me. She hurls chair at them. I'll never tell. Never. She makes a desperate leap for the open window and disappears out. Her scream of terror is heard as she drops. Then rush forward to close shot at window. As the reporters rush in and look out, an assortment of awed and astonished exclamations rising from them. Close shot, Mrs. Baldwin. She turns away from the window and hides her face in her hands. Take me out of here. Take me. Oh! She collapses to a chair. Shot at window. McHugh, turning. Get the cops, somebody. Murphy, turning. Come on, fellas. They start in a rush for the door. Medium shot at door and desk, as the reporters rush out and Hildy crosses, dazed, to the window. Hildy. Gee, the poor kid. The poor kid. Reaching the window, she looks out. Exterior, pavement, shooting down from Hildy's angle. The form of Molly on the pavement below moves slightly in the moonlight, as guards rush into scene to her. Voices of guards rushing in. Get a doctor. Take her to the infirmary. She ain't killed, she's moving. Interior, press room, shooting into room from window. Hildy turns, shaken, back into the room from the window, and sees advancing to her across the room Walter Burns. Diamond Louis has entered with the boss and stands leaning by the door. Mrs. Baldwin's face is still hidden by her hands. Hildy starts for Burns. Walter, did you see? gesturing back to the window. That? Close shot, Burns. Yes. Where is he? Hildy comes in to him. She jumped out of the window. Burns. I know. Where is he, I said. Close shot, Mrs. Baldwin, looking up at them. Off. Mrs. Baldwin. What are you doing? Burns' voice. Shut up. I won't shut up. That girl killed herself. Oh, you're doing something wrong. What's in that desk? Close at desk, taking in Louis at the door. Burns slams close the desk and steps to Louis. Close shot. Burns. Louis, take this lady over to Polack Mike's and lock her up. See that she doesn't take to anyone on the way. Close up, Mrs. Baldwin. What's that? What's that? Close shot, group. As Louis comes in to Mrs. Baldwin. Hildy. Wait a minute, Walter, you can't do that. Louis, extending his hand as if to shake hands with Mrs. Baldwin. My name is Louis Peluso. Unlucky for her, she responds, only to find herself jerked to her feet and spun around, so that one of Louis's arms is about her waist and the other hand over her mouth. Louis starts her to door. Burns. Tell him it's a case of delirium tremens. Trucking shot, with them, Hildy catching up. Now let go of her, Louis. Listen, Walter, this will get me in a terrible jam with my fiancé, and I don't stand so well with him now. Don't worry, Mother, this is only temporary. At the door, Louis gets Mrs. Baldwin out and disappears with her. Hildy starts after them, when Burns's arm comes into scene, catching her. Close shot, Burns and Hildy. Burns. Where do you think you're going? Hildy. Let go of me. I've got to get Bruce out of jail. Oh, Walter, why did you have to do this to me? Burns, scornfully. Get Bruce out of jail? How can you worry about a man who's resting comfortably in a quiet police station while this is going on? Hildy, this is war. You can't desert now. Oh, get off that trapeze. Indicating desk, off. There's your story. Smear it all over the front page. Earl Williams caught by the Morning Post. And take all the credit. I covered your story for you, and I got myself in a fine mess doing it. And now I'm getting out. I know I told you that twice before today, but this time I mean it. Burns. You drooling idiot. What do you mean you're getting out? There are 365 days in the year one can get married. But how many times have you got a murderer locked up in a desk? Once in a lifetime. Hildy, you've got the whole city by the seat of the pants. Hildy. I know, but... Burns, interrupting. You know? You've got the brain of a pancake. That wasn't just a story you covered, it was a revolution. Hildy, this is the greatest yarn in journalism since Livingstone discovered Stanley for the New York Herald. He quickly closes the door. Hildy, slightly bewildered. Wait a minute. Wasn't it Stanley who discovered Livingstone? Burns. Don't get technical at a time like this. Do you realize what you've done? You've taken a city that's been graft-ridden for 40 years under the same old gang, and with this yarn you're kicking them out and giving us a chance to have the same kind of government that New York's having under LaGuardia. We'll make such monkeys out of these ward healers next Tuesday that nobody'll vote for them, not even their wives. Hildy, the fire upon her. I'd like to think. Burns. Well, think it then, because it's true. We'll crucify that mob. We're going to keep Williams undercover till morning so the Post can break the story exclusive. Then we'll let the governor in on the capture, share the glory with him. Hildy, excited. I get it. Burns. You've kicked over the whole city hall like an apple cart. You've got the mayor and Hartman backed against a wall. You've put one administration out and another in. This isn't a newspaper story. It's a career. And you stand there belly aching about whether you catch an 8 o'clock train or a 9 o'clock train. Still a doll-faced mug, that's all you are. Hildy. Let me get at that typewriter and I'll show you how a doll-faced mug can write. Burns. Atta girl. Why, they'll be naming streets after you. Hildy Johnson Street. There will be statues of you in the parks, Hildy. The radio will be after you, the movies. Slapping his fist against his open palm. By tomorrow morning I'll bet you there's a Hildy Johnson cigar. I can see the billboards now. Light up with Hildy Johnson. Hildy. Whoa, wait a minute. We can't leave Williams here. One of the other fellows'll... Burns. We're going to take him over to my private office. Turning. Where's our phone? That one. How are you going to take him? They'll see him. Shot at table, as Burns gets phone and jiggles the hook. Not if he's inside the desk. We'll carry the desk over. Into phone. Give me Duffy. Hildy. You can't take that desk out. It's crawling with cops outside. We'll lower it out of the window with pulleys. Quit stalling. As Hildy seems abstracted. Burns. Hildy. Hildy, coming to. Huh. Get the lead out of your typewriter and start pounding a load, will you? Snap into it. How much do you want on it? All the words you've got. Where's some paper? Hildy goes out of scene. Burns into phone. Hello, hello. Shot at desk. As Hildy comes in, going to desk, she turns to call back. Can I call the mayor a bird of prey, or is that libelous? Close up, Burns at phone. Call him a love child if you want to. Into phone. Duffy. Close shot, Hildy. Having opened the drawers of Bensinger's desk, she is tossing play manuscripts, syringes, patent medicines, and old socks into the air, in a frantic search for paper. Hildy, calling to Burns. How about the time he had his house painted by the fire department? Close shot of Burns. Give him the works. Into phone. Hello, Duffy. Get set. We've got the biggest story in the world. Earl Williams caught by the Morning Post. Exclusive. Two shot, Hildy and Burns. Hildy has unearthed a package of Bensinger's private stationery. She rises with it. Burns. To Hildy. Fine. Into phone. Now listen, Duffy. I want you to tear out the whole front page. That's what I said, the whole front page. Never mind the European War. We've got something a whole lot bigger than that. Hildy Johnson's writing the lead, and I'll phone it over to you as soon as she's finished. He starts to hang up, then thinks of something else. Oh, Duffy. Get hold of Butch O'Connor and tell him I want him to come up here with half a dozen other wrestlers. Right away. Tell him we'll run his picture on the sports page for 2 weeks straight. What? I've got a desk I want moved. Never mind what desk. Dissolve to exterior street. Night. Medium long shot. As the taxi darts through traffic, narrowly avoiding cars, trucks, etc., it comes almost head-on to an oncoming car. Interior, taxicab, night. Process, close shot. Louis, worried, ducks unconsciously. Mrs. Baldwin faints across his lap. Exterior, street. Medium long shot. The taxi swerves just in time to duck the oncoming car. As it starts forward again, a truck comes toward the cab, head-on. Interior, taxicab, process, close shot. Diamond Louis pushes Mrs. Baldwin into an upright position, takes a look through the windshield, sees the truck, and gives a big "take him," and faints across Mrs. Baldwin. Exterior, street, medium shot. The truck and taxicab crash and the screen blacks out. Dissolve to interior, press room. Night. Close shot. Hildy at typewriter. Smoke rising from her cigarette. As the camera angle widens, we see a fairly disheveled Hildy typing away furiously. Burns' voice into phone. The blackest cesspool in American city life. Hold on, Duffy. I'll see if she's got any more. Burns comes into the scene, tears a page out of Hildy's typewriter. She inserts another one without noticing. Medium shot. Burns goes back to the phone as Hildy continues to type furiously. Burns into phone. Duffy, Duffy. Clicking the phone furiously. Operator, operator, get me Duffy back. Somebody cut us off. Another angle favoring door as Bruce Baldwin enters. Bruce. Hildy. Burns. What the devil do you want? Listen, Bruce, you can't come in here now, we're busy. Suddenly, into phone. Where you been, Duffy? Stick around. What? What Chinese earthquake? The deuce with it, what's that? Close shot. Hildy, typing away madly. Bruce comes into the scene. Bruce. Hildy. Hildy, looking up very casually. Hello, Bruce. She resumes her typing, then suddenly realizes the situation and jumps up. Bruce, how'd you get out? Bruce, the hands-off attitude. Not through any help of yours, Hildy. Bruce, I know, but I was in the biggest jam. Burns' voice. Hildy. Medium shot. As Hildy turns toward his voice, Burns, still with the phone in his hand, keeps talking to her. For Pete's sake, Hildy, they're waiting for the rest of that story. Okay, Walter. Hildy sits down at her typewriter again. Close two-shot, Bruce and Hildy. Hildy begins typing again. Bruce. I waited, and then I had an idea and wired Albany to send $100 so I could get out on bail. Desperately. I don't know what they'll think. They sent it to the police station. Hildy, she barely stops typing. We'll explain the whole thing to them. She resumes typing. I know I got you into this, Hildy, but it does seem to me that you can't care much for me if you're willing to let me stay locked up for 2 hours. Bruce, you know I'm mad about you, and stop talking like that. Calling off scene to Walter. Walter. Close shot, Burns. Burns into phone. Take the president's speech and run it on the funny page. Turns to Hildy, off scene. What is it, Hildy? Hildy's voice. What was the name of the mayor's first wife? You mean the one who drank so much? Tilly. Close shot, Hildy and Bruce. Hildy. Thanks. She types furiously. Close shot, the desk. Its top opens slowly and William's head sticks out. Close up, Burns, including desk and background. Burns, screaming. Get back in there, you mock turtle. The desktop falls, the fugitive disappearing within. Close up, Bruce, turning around towards Burns. Did you say anything, Mr. Burns? Close up, Burns, covering up fast. No, I was just talking to one of the guys at the office, indicating phone in his hand. Medium close shot, Bruce and Hildy. Bruce to Burns. Oh. Turns to Hildy. I wonder what's keeping Mother. She was supposed to come down and get you. Hildy. Oh, she was here. Where'd she go? Out someplace. Hildy types away. Bruce grabs her and stops her. Hildy, where's Mother? Oh, Mother, I don't know where she went. Did you give her the money? No, I was going to give it to her, but she left hurriedly. Then suppose you give me the money, $450. Oh yes, here it is. She gets the wallet. Burns comes into the scene and pulls another page out of her machine. Here it is, Bruce. $1, $2, $3, $450. Thank you. Close up, Burns, watching this with a grin. Medium shot, featuring the threesome. Bruce, to Hildy, and I'll take that certified check, too. I've decided I can handle things around here. Burns, come on, Hildy, we've got to keep going. Sorry, Bruce, but... Just a second, Walter. Here, Bruce, here's the check. And, oh, Bruce, here's your wallet. I got it back. Bruce, taking it and surveying it coldly. You got it back, huh? There's something funny going on around here. Burns, Hildy. Hildy, all right, Walter. She sits down and begins to type. Bruce, I'm taking the 9 o'clock train, Hildy, and you can meet us at the station. Fine. She steps away. Burns, coming over to Bruce. I'll see she's there, Bruce, I promise you. Bruce, dramatically. If she's not there, Mother and I are leaving anyhow. But Hildy continues typing and doesn't even get it. Camera trucks with Burns, as he leads Bruce away toward door. Burns, I know how you feel, Bruce, but you've got to forgive her. She's only a woman after all. Bruce, suppose she is. I have feelings too. Do you know where I've been for the last couple of hours? Locked up in a police station, and she didn't move to do anything about it. Burns, Bruce, and now I don't know where my mother is. She may be lost. Burns, I'll find her, Bruce, if I have to put every detective in the city on the job. I'll tell you what. Go over to the Missing Persons Bureau and describe your mother. What does she look like? She's very motherly. That's about the best description I know. That's the kind of stuff they want. They go out the door. Interior, corridor, outside door. Medium close shot. As they come out. Burns. Oh, Bruce, let me see that money Hildy gave you. The money? Why? There's a lot of counterfeit big bills going around. Gee, take a look, will you? He hands the money to Burns. Burns looks at it carefully and hands it back. Oh, this is all right, Bruce. I just wanted to be sure. Say, I want to be sure too. Interior, press room, medium shot. Hildy is typing furiously. Burns enters, grinning, locks the door behind him, and goes to phone and picks it up. Burns, into phone. Duffy, good. Stick close. He turns and crosses quickly to look out the window. At window, Burns coming into window. Burns, despairingly. Now the moon's out. He turns away, crossing to the desk, the camera trucking with him. At the desk, he taps 3 times, being answered by 3 taps from within. Burns. Fine. 3 taps is me. Don't forget. You're sitting pretty now. Got enough air? He raises top an inch or 2 and fans air into Williams. Is that better? Now breathe deep. We hear an intake of breath from inside the desk. Attaboy. Burns closes the desk and turns back to the table. As he passes Hildy, who is still typing rapidly, Burns, looking over her shoulder. That's the stuff. Lam it into him, Hildy. He jerks the sheet from Hildy's machine, crosses to his desk, and picks up the phone. Burns, into phone. Hello. Duffy, ready? Here we go. Close up, Burns, reading from the page he has taken from Hildy's typewriter. In the darkest hour of the city's history. Interior, main floor, criminal courts building, long shot. At the end of the hall are glass doors through which can be seen a turmoil of activity in the street outside. Newsboys, a crowd, and a mounted policeman or 2. Bruce comes down the hall, his face set and angry. As he goes, he sees a sign set over a doorway in the hall. It reads, Missing Persons Bureau. He stops and enters. Interior, press room, night. Close up, Burns, into phone. Listen, did you impress it on Butch that I want him and his gang here right away? You did? Every minute counts. All right. He puts receiver down on table. Duffy's getting old. Close shot, Hildy. Where's Butch? Burns' voice. He's on the way. Hildy, over her typing. He'd better hurry. The boys will be coming back to phone. Burns, coming into shot to peer over her shoulder. Well, keep going. We want an extra out on the streets before it's too late. Hildy, looking up suddenly. Where's Bruce? Bruce? Oh, he went out to get the tickets. What tickets? Railroad tickets. Is he coming back here? Didn't you hear him? Of course he's coming back here. Keep going, will you? Medium shot, as Burns leaves Hildy and goes over to desk and picks up phone again. Duffy. Exterior, corridor. Outside door. Night. Close shot, Bensinger. Finding the door locked, he knocks. Interior, press room. Night. Medium close shot, Burns and Hildy. As another knock comes, they take it big. Hildy, calling, Who is it? Exterior, corridor, outside door. Night. Close shot, Bensinger. What's the idea of locking this? That's Bensinger. That's his desk. Burns, whispering. What's his name? The doorknob is rattled violently. Hildy. Bensinger of the Tribune. Exterior corridor, outside door. Night. Close shot, Bensinger. Open this door. Interior press room. Close shot, Burns. He starts for the door. I'll handle him. Camera trucks with him to the door. Burns. The Tribune, eh? Watch me. He opens the door. At door, Bensinger, as he comes in. Ain't you got any more sense than to... He sees Burns and is overcome. Oh, hello, Mr. Burns. Why, quite an honor having you come over here. Burns, casually. Hello, Bensinger. Bensinger. Excuse me, I just want to... He starts for the desk. Hildy's typing goes on, coming in over the scene. Burns, starting for the desk, suddenly blocking his path. Quite a coincidence, my running into you tonight. Isn't it, Hildy? Hildy's voice. Yeah. Bensinger. How do you mean? Close up, Burns and Bensinger. Burns. I was having a little chat about you just this afternoon with our Mr. Duffy. Bensinger, essaying a pleasantry. Nothing detrimental, I hope. Burns. I should say not. That was one swell story you had in the paper this morning. Bensinger, deeply moved. Oh, did you care for the poem, Mr. Burns? The poem? The poem was great. Bensinger, blinking at these words. Remember the ending? And he recites. And all is well outside his cell, but in his heart he hears the hangman calling, and the gallows falling, and his white-haired mother's tears. Burns, overcome. Heartbreaking. How would you like to work for me? Bensinger. What? Medium shot, taking in table, Hildy typing there. Burns, to Bensinger. We need somebody like you. All we've got now are a lot of lowbrows, like Johnson here. He starts shoving Bensinger away from the desk, toward the table. Bensinger. Seriously, Mr. Burns? Clinging to him, Burns takes him to the phone. Burns, into phone. Duffy, I'm sending Bensinger over to see you. Looking up at Bensinger. Mervyn, isn't it? Bensinger. No, Roy. Roy V. Burns, with a little laugh at his own forgetfulness. Of course. Into phone. Roy Bensinger, the poet. Of course you wouldn't know. You probably never heard of Shakespeare either. Put Mr. Bensinger right on the staff. To Bensinger. How much are you getting on the Tribune, Roy? Bensinger. 75. I'll give you 100 and a byline. Another angle as Burns continues, into phone. Let him have everything he wants. He puts down the receiver, turns to Bensinger. Now hustle and write me a story from the point of view of the escaped man, acting it out. He hides, cowering, afraid of every light, of every sound, hears footsteps, his heart going like that, and all the time they're closing in. Get the sense of an animal at bay. Bensinger. Sort of Jack London style? Trucking shot. Burns. Exactly. He leads him hurriedly to the door. Bensinger. I got my rhyming dictionary in... indicating toward desk. Burns, getting him to door. It doesn't have to rhyme. Close shot at door, as Bensinger turns there. Gee, I'm terribly grateful, Mr. Burns. Do you suppose there might be an opening sometime as foreign correspondent? I parlay a little French, you know. Burns shakes hands with him and opens the door with the other hand. I'll keep you in mind. Bensinger, going. Au revoir, mon capitaine. Burns, never at a loss in any language. Bonjour. Continuing his French, he gets the door closed and relocked, and turns for the table, singing as he does so. Mademoiselle from Armentières Palais, medium shot. Burns returns alertly to table, not noticing that Hildy has stopped typing, and sits staring moodily before her. Burns, into phone. Duffy, got this? Close up, Burns at phone. A rat from the Tribune is coming over to get a job. Bensinger, the guy I told you about. Handle him with kid gloves. Tell him to get busy writing poetry. No, we don't want him. Stall him along until the extra comes out. Then tell him his poetry stinks and kick him downstairs. He lays down the receiver. Wider angle, taking in Hildy. She looks up at him. Hildy, to Burns. Double-crossing swine. Burns. You said it, but this'll teach him a lesson. He won't quit his paper without giving notice after this. Hildy doesn't bother to reply. She rests her chin on her hands and stares moodily ahead. Burns. Tear into it, will you? Don't sit there like a frozen robin. I'm finished. Finished? He grabs the last sheet of paper out of her typewriter, kisses her, and rushes over to the telephone. Close up, Burns, into phone. Duffy. All right, here we go. And get it out as soon as you can. I want this paper out on the streets in half an hour. Reading Hildy's copy. So once more, the Morning Post. Exterior, Criminal Courts Building, night. Medium shot. Diamond Louis, bearing evidence of a mishap, his hat crushed, his face bruised, and his clothes torn, comes running down the sidewalk and up the steps into the buildings. Interior, press room, night. Medium shot. Hildy is up now, pacing. Hildy. Bruce ought to be back by now. Walter, you're not trying anything again, are you? Burns, coming over to her. Hildy, you think I could after this story? Taking a flask from his pocket. Here, you're just nervous. Hildy takes the flask and takes a drink. There's a knock on the door. Burns takes the flask from her, restores it to his pocket, and goes to the door. Burns. Who is it? Louis's voice. It's me, boss, Louis. Burns, opening the door. It's Louis. Louis slips in, and Burns relocks the door. Burns, seeing Louis's disarray. What's the matter? Hildy crosses to Louis. Hildy, frantically. Where's Mrs. Baldwin? Burns. What did you do with her? Hildy, almost afraid to speak. What happened? Close shot, the three. Burns. You been in a fight? Louis, still out of breath. Down Western Avenue. We were going 65 miles an hour. You know what I mean? Burns. Take that mush out of your mouth. Hildy. Where's the old lady? Louis. I'm telling you. Close up, Louis, as he gets his breath and blurts. We run smack into a police patrol. You know what I mean? We broke it in half. Back to group. Hildy, moaning. Oh, was she hurt? Burns. Where is she? Tell me. Hildy. Louis. Louis. I'm telling you. Can you imagine bumping into a load of cops? They come rolling out like oranges. Hildy, seizing him. What did you do with her? Search me. When I come to, I was running down 35th Street. You were with her. You were in the cab, weren't you? Louis, exposing his bruised scalp. Was I? The driver got knocked cold. Burns. Butterfingers, I give you an old lady to take somewhere and you hand her over to the cops? Louis. What do you mean I handed her? The patrol wagon was on the wrong side of the street. Burns. Now everything's fine. She's probably squawking her head off in some police station. Close up, Louis. Louis. I don't think she's talking much. You know what I mean? He winks reassuringly. Back to group. Hildy, paralyzed. Don't tell me. Was she killed? Burns, hopefully. Was she? Did you notice? Louis. Say, me with a gun on my hip and a kidnapped old lady on my hands, I should stick around asking questions from a lot of cops. You know what I mean? Hildy sinks into a chair. Close shot, Hildy in the chair. Hildy. Dead. Dead. That's the end. Burns comes into scene to her. Burns. It's fate, Hildy. What will be, will be. Hildy, wildly. What am I going to say to Bruce? What'll I tell him? Burns. If he really loves you, you won't have to tell him anything. Whacking her on the shoulder. Snap out of it. Would you rather have had the old dame dragging the whole police force in here? Hildy. I killed her. I'm responsible. Oh, what can I do now? How can I ever face him? Oh, I hope he never comes back. She buries her face in her hands. Burns. Look at me, Hildy. Hildy, springing up. I'm looking at you, you murderer. Burns. If it was my own mother, I'd carry on. You know I would, for the paper. Hildy, calling off to Louis. Louis, where did it happen? I'm going out. Medium shot, group. The post phone rings. Burns, grabbing Hildy. You stay here. I'll find out everything. Louis, to Hildy. Western and 34th. Hildy jumps for the outside phone on the desk. Two shot, including Burns at phone and Hildy at phone. Burns, into phone. Hello, hello. Hildy, into phone. Give me Western 4557. Burns, guarded. Who? Hello, Butch. Where are you? Hildy. Mission Hospital? Give me the receiving room. Burns. What are you doing there? Haven't you even started? Hildy. Hello, Eddie. Hildy Johnson. Was there an old lady brought in from an auto smash-up? Burns. Oh, for H. Sebastian Butch. Listen, it's a matter of life and death. Listen. Hildy. Nobody? She jiggles the hook. Morningside, 3124. Burns. I can't hear. You got who? Speak up. A what? You can't stop for a dame now. Hildy. Is this the community hospital? Burns, howling into phone. I don't care if you've been after her for 6 years. Butch, our whole lives are at stake. Are you going to let a woman come between us after all we've been through? Hildy. Hello, Max. Hildy Johnson. Was there an old lady? Burns, into phone, drowning out Hildy. Butch, I'd put my arm in fire for you. Up to here. He indicates up to where. Now, you can't double-cross me. She does? All right. Put her on. I'll talk to her. Hello? Oh, hello, madam. Now listen, you 10-cent glamour girl. You can't keep Butch away from his duty. What's that? You say that again and I'll come over there and knock your eye out. Hello? Turning as he hangs up. I'll kill him. I'll kill both of them. Into post phone. Duffy! To the universe. Mousing around with some big blonde Annie on my time, that's cooperation. Screaming into the phone. Duffy! Hildy. Shut up, will you? Into phone. Are you sure? Nobody? Burns. Duffy! Duffy! Well, where's Duffy? He throws the receiver to the desk. Diabetes. I had to know better than to hire anybody with a disease. Turning. Louis. Medium shot group. Burns. To Louis. It's up to you. Louis, loyally. Anything you want, boss. Burns. Beat it out and get hold of some guys. Louis. Who do you want? Burns, starting for the door, followed by Louis. Anybody with hair on his chest. Get 'em off the street, anywhere. Offer them anything, only get them. Confidentially. We've got to get this desk out of here. He unlocks the door. Louis. You know me, the shirt off my back. Burns. You got plenty of money? Sure, boss. I mean real money, not counterfeit. I always have both. He goes out. Burns, calling after him. And don't bump into anything. He relocks the door. Hildy. Lafayette, 2100. Burns, turning from door. That dumb immigrant'll flop on me, I know it. Bitterly. Can you imagine Butch doing this to me at a time like this? Close shot, Hildy at phone, taking in desk. Burns steps into scene. Burns, confidentially. If Louis doesn't come back in 5 minutes, we'll get it out alone. There's millions of ways. We can start a fire and get the firemen to carry it out in the confusion. He crosses to the desk and inspects it. Hildy, into phone. Ring that number, will you? Burns, to Hildy, oblivious of her telephoning. Come here, see if we can move it. Hildy, into phone. Hello? Hello? Is this the lying in hospital? Did you have an auto accident in the last... Burns, interrupting. Will you come here? Hildy, into phone. Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Burns. When I'm surrounded with my back against the wall, you're not going to lay down on me, are you? Hildy. Yes. She jiggles the phone hook. Burns, going to her. Hildy, you just can't leave me out on a limb now. It wouldn't be cricket. I don't care what you say. I'm going to find Bruce's mother. She jiggles the hook madly. Oh, she hangs up. I'm going out and finding her. Grabbing her hat and purse, she starts for the door. Medium shot of Hildy, taking in door. There is a loud knocking on the door. Burns, coming to scene after Hildy. Don't open that. Hildy, at the door. Who says so? I'm going to the morgue to look. She unlocks the door. Close shot at door. As Hildy flings the door open, only to find the sheriff, accompanied by 2 deputies, Carl and Frank, and surrounded by McHugh, Murphy, Schwartz, Wilson, and Endicott. Murphy. There she is. McHugh. Say, Hildy. Hildy makes a decision and tries to push through them, but the sheriff grabs her and pushes her back. Hartman. Just a minute, Johnson. Hildy. Let go me. What's the idea? McHugh. What's your hurry? Murphy. We want to see you. The deputies seize her. Hildy. Take your paws off me. Hartman. Hold her, boys. Burns comes into scene. Burns to Sheriff. Who do you think you are, breaking in here like this? Hartman. You can't bluff me, Burns. I don't care who you are or what paper you're editor of. Hildy, struggling. Let me go. Hysterically. Fellows, something's happened to my mother-in-law. Hartman. Hang on to her. Keep her in here. Medium shot, as Hildy breaks loose and retreats back into the room before Hartman and the deputies. McHugh. We know what you're up to. Endicott. Probably going out to get Williams. Schwartz. The door was locked. Wilson. She and Molly were talking. Hildy. I don't know anything, I tell you. There's been an accident. Hartman. Johnson, there's something very peculiar going on. Hildy. You can send somebody with me if you don't believe me. Hartman. I wasn't born yesterday. Now the boys tell me you and this Molly Malloy. Hildy. Nobody's trying to put anything over on you. I'm getting out of here and you can't stop me. Murphy comes into scene. You're not going anywhere. To the sheriff. She's got the story sewed up, Pete, indicating Burns. That's why Burns is here. Schwartz. We're on to you, Hildy. Let us in on it. Two-Shot, Sheriff, and Burns. Burns, purring. If you've any accusations to make, Hartman, make them in the proper manner. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to get out. Hartman, pop-eyed, stammering. You'll ask me to what? Burns, get out. Hartman, to deputies, off. Close that door. Don't let anybody in or out. Medium shot, the group. Murphy. Come on, Pinky. Give 'em a little third degree. Endicott. Make them talk and you got Williams, Pinky. Hartman. Johnson, I'm going to the bottom of this. What do you know about Williams? Are you going to talk or aren't you? Hildy. What do I know about Williams? Hartman. All right, boys. Take her along. I got ways of making her talk. The deputy sees Hildy. She struggles. Hildy. Look out, you... McHugh, nervously. What's the use of fighting, Hildy? Hildy manages to get in a few resounding smacks on the deputies' faces. The reporters swarm around the struggling trio. There are shouts of, I got her, no you don't, aw, Hildy, etc. In the struggle, Hildy suddenly drops her purse. It lands with a clank and comes open. A gun is revealed on the floor. Hildy picks it up. Deputies. Hey, she's got a gun. Look out, she's got a gun. The deputies and reporters start to close in on her, cautiously. Hildy, trying to face in all directions. No, you don't. Walter. Burns. What is it? Here. She tosses the gun to Walter, but one of the deputies intercepts the throw. Hartman. Gimme that. He takes the gun from the deputy. Closer shot. The sheriff stands frozen, staring at the gun. Hartman, to Hildy. Where'd you get this? Hildy. I've got a right to carry a gun if I want to. Hartman. Not this gun. Burns comes into scene. Burns, easily. I can explain that, Hartman. When Hildy told me she wanted to interview Earl Williams, I thought it might be dangerous, and I gave her a gun to defend herself. Hartman. Oh, you did? Well, that's very, very interesting. This happens to be the gun that Earl Williams shot his way out with. Reporters ad-lib. What? What's that? Etc. Burns, advancing on Sheriff. Are you trying to make me out a liar? Murphy, bitterly, at Hildy. It's the last time I ever trust a woman, Hildy. Schwartz. Maybe Williams was going to be her best man. Wilson. That's pretty rotten, Hildy, crossing your own pals. Hartman, shoving up to Hildy, trembling. Where is Earl Williams? Where you got him? Burns, sympathetically. You're barking up the wrong tree, Hartman. Hartman. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me where he is. Hildy. He went over to the hospital to call on Professor Egelhofer. Hartman, outraged. What? Hildy. With a bag of marshmallows. The sheriff stands silent, then hastily turns. Medium shot, group around Hildy. Reporters ad lib. Come on, Hildy. Where is he? This is a sweet trick, Hildy. I thought we were friends, etc. To sheriff. Look here, Pete. What about Mr. Burns? Ask the mastermind. What's he doing over here? Hartman, grabbing Burns' arm. Speak up. What do you know about this? Burns, gently but firmly disengaging his hand. My dear Hartman. He moves casually to a post before the desk and maintains it. Murphy. Can that. Where is he? Burns, to sheriff. The Morning Post is not obstructing justice or hiding criminals. You ought to know that. Hartman. No? Well, turning to Hildy. Johnson, you're under arrest. Turning to Burns. You too, Burns. Burns, calmly. Who's under arrest, you pimple-headed, square-toed spy? Do you realize what you're doing? Hartman. I'll show you what I'm doing. Burns, you're guilty of obstructing justice, and so is the Morning Post. I'm going to see that the Post is fined $10,000 for this. Burns. You'll see nothing of the kind, Sheriff. We'll just start by impounding the Post property, pointing to Bensinger's desk, addressing Hildy. Is that your desk? Hildy, jumping. No. Burns, almost simultaneously. Yes. What are you afraid of, Hildy? I dare him to move that desk out of here. Hartman. Oh, you do, eh? Two deputies. All right, boys. Confiscate that desk. Several of the deputies start toward the desk. Burns, trying to intercept deputies. Hartman, if you take this desk out of this building, I'll put you behind bars. Hartman. You will, eh? Well, we'll see about that. To the deputies. All right, boys, take it. Burns. I'm warning you, it'll be a federal offense. To deputy nearest him. And you'll be an accessory. Hartman. We'll take a chance on that, Burns. Two deputies. Go ahead, boys. The deputies continue toward the desk. Interior, corridor outside press room, night. Medium shot. Flanked by two policemen, Mrs. Baldwin, disheveled, with her hat over one ear, is marching toward the press room, bound for vengeance. Bruce, considerably upset, is with her. As they reach the door to the press room, Mrs. Baldwin stops. Mrs. Baldwin. You wait outside, Bruce. Bruce. But Mother. No. You'll weaken when you see that little Jezebel. I'm going to tell her what I think of her. She plumps her hat down more firmly on her head and marches into the press room, followed by the two policemen. Bruce remains outside the door. Interior press room. Taking in door as it opens, and Mrs. Baldwin, followed by the policeman, comes in. Hildy, leaping forward. Mother! Mrs. Baldwin, pointing out Burns to the officers. That man there. Hildy, hugging Mrs. Baldwin. Mother, oh, I'm so glad to see you. Are you all right? Tell me. Mrs. Baldwin indignantly shakes her off. Hartman. What's the idea here? Policeman. This lady claims she was kidnapped. Hartman. What? Mrs. Baldwin. They dragged me all the way down the stairs. Hartman. Just a minute. Did... He points to Burns. Did this man have anything to do with it? Mrs. Baldwin. He was the one in charge of everything. He told them to kidnap me. Burns, amazed. Are you referring to me, madam? Mrs. Baldwin. You know you did. Hartman. What about this, Burns? Kidnapping, huh? Burns, round-eyed. Oh, trying to frame me, huh? I never saw this woman before in my life. Mrs. Baldwin. Oh, what a thing to say. I was standing right here after the girl jumped out of the window. Hartman. Did you get the mayor? Deputy. He's coming over. Burns to Mrs. Baldwin. Now, madam, be honest. If you were out joyriding drunk and got into some scrape, why don't you admit it instead of accusing innocent people? Mrs. Baldwin, beginning to doubt her senses. You ruffian, how dare you say a thing like that? Hilda. Please, mother, he's just crazy. Mrs. Baldwin, to Sheriff. I'll tell you something more. I'll tell you why they did it. Burns, fidgeting. Come on, Sheriff, we've got to get bail. Mrs. Baldwin, continuing crescendo. I was in here, and they had some kind of murderer in with them. They were hiding him. This is a bombshell. The room is electrified. Hartman. Hiding him in here? Murphy, followed by the reporters, comes into scene. Murphy. Hiding him where? Hildy. Mother. Reporters. Where was he? Where'd they have him? Close shot, Burns. At the desk. Burns, with superb indignation. Madam, you're a cockeyed liar, and you know it. To emphasize his righteousness, he pounds on the desk 3 times, forgetting that this is his signal to Williams. Then, realizing what he has done, he gasps. Medium shot. Burns advances from desk, the others retreating before him. Burns, anxiously. Come on, Sheriff, we've got to get bail. 3 answering knocks come from the desk. Group shot, with doorway in background. They jump around to face the desk. Hartman, whispering, What was that? Reporters ad lib. He's in the desk, for the love of... He's in there. Hartman. Aha! I thought so. Stand back, everybody. Deputy. Look out, Sheriff, he may shoot. Hartman. Get your guns out. The policemen and deputies get out their guns. Hildy. He's harmless. Hartman. Don't take any chances. Shoot through the desk. Hildy. He can't hurt anybody. You've got his gun. Mrs. Baldwin, panic-stricken. Oh dear, oh dear. Burns. You gray-haired old Judas. Mrs. Baldwin. Let me out of here. She streaks for the door, flings it open, and goes. The reporters tear out of scene to their telephones. Hartman to policeman. You stand there. Murphy's voice. City desk, quick. Schwartz's voice. Give me the desk. Hartman to another policeman. You there. Endicott's voice. City desk, hurry. McHugh's voice. Give me... Hartman to a deputy, pointing with his gun toward the window. You cover the window. Murphy's voice. Look out where you're pointing that gun. The sheriff draws his men in around the desk, their guns drawn on it. Wilson's voice. Let me have the desk, quick. Murphy's voice. Hold the wire. I've got a flash for you. Burns to Hildy. Call Duffy. Hartman. No, you don't. Burns to sheriff, furiously. Do you want to get us scooped? McHugh's voice. Emile? Hang on for a second. Hartman. Now then, everybody aim at the center. And when I say 3... Hildy. That's murder. Hartman, changing his mind. All right, Carl, Frank, one of you get on each side of the desk. Take hold of the cover. They do. Hartman. Now then, we got you covered, Williams. Don't try to move. Now, everybody quiet and ready for an emergency. I'm going to count 3. Schwartz. Hold it. Something coming up. Hartman. 1. Endicott. Hold the phone. Murphy into the phone. I'll have it in a minute. Hartman. 2. Wilson into phone. Right away now. Hartman, turning back to desk. Everybody ready? All right. Now then, up with it. 2 deputies raise the cover. Williams is revealed, cowering in the desk, his hands over his face. The sheriff rushes on him, jabbing his gun into him. Close shot, Sheriff and Williams. Hartman. Got you, Williams. Williams, a wail. Go on, shoot me. Medium shot, as the police and deputies come in to assist the sheriff. The reporters are telephoning in, the police shouting, all the voices mixing in incredible confusion as the sheriff rushes Williams to the door and takes him out. Murphy's voice. Earl Williams was just captured in the press room of the criminal courts building, hiding in a desk. Officers ad lib, all talking at once. Grab him. That's him. Don't let him shoot. Stick him up. Close up, McHugh at phone. McHugh. Williams in a roll top. Close up, Wilson at phone. Nabbed Williams hiding. Endicott's voice. Found Williams' hiding place. Schwartz's voice. He offered no resistance. Close up, McHugh at phone. Williams put up a desperate struggle, but the police overpowered. Close up, Murphy at phone. Tried to shoot it out with the cops, but his gun wouldn't work, so... Williams' voice. Trying to break through the cordon of police. Close up, Endicott at phone. Williams was unconscious when they opened the desk. Close up, Burns, grabbing the post phone. Duffy, the Morning Post just turned Earl Williams over to the sheriff. Close shot, the sheriff. Coming in the door with 2 policemen and leaping to get the phone away from Burns. Medium shot, Burns at phone, Hildy beside him. Burns into phone. Duffy. The sheriff and police come into scene. Hartman, indicating Burns and Hildy. Put the cuffs on those 2. The police handcuff Hildy and Burns. Endicott. An anonymous note received by the sheriff led to Williams' capture. More later. He hangs up. Close up, Murphy at phone. An old sweetheart of Williams double-crossed him. Call you back. He hangs up. Medium shot, taking in door. Reporters. Where's that old lady? Hey, madam, where'd she go? Where's the old dame? They run out after Mrs. Baldwin, the mayor entering just after they go. Burns and Hildy, handcuffed together, stand near the sheriff. Hartman, into phone. Hello, girlie. Give me Cooley, quick. Burns. Hartwell, you're going to wish you'd never been born. The mayor comes into scene. Fine work, Pete. You certainly delivered the goods. I'm proud of you. Hartman, holding the phone. Look kind of natural, don't they, Fred? Mayor, happily. A sight for sore eyes. Hartman, rolling in catnip. Aiding an escaped criminal, and a little charge of kidnapping I'm looking into. Into phone, suddenly. But that's the jail. There must be somebody there. Mayor. Well, looks like about 10 years apiece for you birds. Burns. Does it? You forget the power that always watches over the Morning Post. Mayor. Your luck's not with you now. Hartman, into phone. Cooley. I caught Williams single-handed. We're going to proceed with the hanging per schedule. He wiggles the hook for another call. Burns, to Mayor. You're going to be in office for exactly 2 days more, and then we're pulling your nose out of the feed bag. Hartman, into phone. Give me the district attorney's office. To Burns. I'll tell you what you'll be doing. Making brooms in the state penitentiary. Into phone. Hello, Durasti, this is Hartwell. Come over to my office, will you? I've just arrested a couple of important birds and I want to take their confessions. He hangs up. Burns makes a sudden lunge for the Morning Post phone and cries into it. Duffy, get Leibowitz. Mayor. All the lawyers in the world aren't going to help you. Burns. This is the Morning Post you're talking to. Mayor, enjoying himself. The power of the press, huh? He laughs. Pincus, the governor's messenger, plentifully stewed, reels in the door. He approaches the mayor and sheriff, who have their backs to him. Burns, at the mayor. Bigger men than you have found out what the power of the press is. President, yes, and kings. Pincus, woozy, handing sheriff the reprieve over his shoulder. Here's your reprieve. The mayor and sheriff spin around. Mayor, in a panic. Get out of here. Pincus. You can't bribe me. Burns. What's this? Hartman. Get out of here, you. Pincus. I won't. Here's your reprieve. Hildy. What? Pincus. I don't want to be city sealer. I don't like seals anyhow. They smell. Mayor. Who is this man? Hartman, to an officer. Throw him out, Frank. Hildy, seizing Pincus with her free hand. Who was bribing you? Burns also seizes Pincus, who is being pulled out of shape. Pincus. They wouldn't take it. Mayor. You're insane. Burns, triumphant. What did I tell you? An unseen power. To Pincus. What's your name? Silas F. Pincus. Mayor. You drunken idiot. Arrest him. The idea of coming here with a cock and bull story like that. Hartman. It's a frame-up. Some imposter. Hildy. Wait a minute. To the officers. Let go there. Burns, to sheriff and mayor. Murder, huh? Hildy. Hanging an innocent man to win an election? Hartman. That's a lie. Mayor. I never saw him before. Burns, to Pincus. When did you deliver this first? Hildy. Who did you talk to? Pincus. They started right in bribing me. Hildy. Who's they? Pincus, indicating the mayor and sheriff. Them. Mayor. That's absurd on the face of it, Mr. Burns. He's talking like a child. Burns. Out of the mouths of babes. Mayor. He's insane or drunk or something. Why, if this unfortunate man, Williams, has really been reprieved, I personally am tickled to death. Aren't you, Pete? Hildy. Go on. You'd kill your mother to get elected. Mayor. That's a horrible thing to say, Miss Johnson, about anybody. To Burns. Now look here, Walter. You're an intelligent man. Burns, interrupting. Just a minute. To Pincus. All right, Mr. Pincus. Let's have your story. Pincus. Well, I've been married for 10 years and... Burns, interrupting. Skip all that. Mayor, loudly. Take those handcuffs off our friends, Pete. That wasn't at all necessary. Hartman, springing to obey. I was just going to. He gets the key from the officer. Mayor. Walter, I can't tell you how badly I feel about this. There was no excuse for Hartwell to fly off the handle. Hartman, unlocking the handcuffs. I was only doing my duty, nothing personal in it. They are set free. Hildy. You guys better quit politics and take in washing. Mayor, looking over the reprieve. Sheriff, this document is authentic. Earl Williams has been reprieved. This Commonwealth has been spared the painful necessity of shedding blood. Burns. Save that for the Tribune. Mayor, to Pincus. What did you say your name was? Pincus? That's right. He shows the mayor a locket. Here's the picture of my wife. A very fine-looking woman. Pincus, mysteriously angered. She's good enough for me, and if I was to go home and tell my wife... Mayor. I understand perfectly, Mr. Pincus, and as long as I am mayor... Burns. Which ought to be about 3 hours more, I'd say. Hildy. Just until we can get out a special edition asking for your impeachment. Burns. And your arrest. You'll each get about 10 years, I think. Mayor. Don't make any hasty decisions, Mr. Burns. You might run into a thumping big libel suit. Hildy, you're going to run into the governor. Mayor, trying to brush it off. Now, my old friend the governor and I understand each other perfectly. Hartman, eagerly. And so do I. Mayor, with superb contempt. So do you what, you hoodoo? To Pincus, suavely. And now, Mr. Pincus, if you'll come with us, we'll take you over to the warden's office and deliver this reprieve. The sheriff, Pincus, and the mayor go out of scene. Burns, dreamily. Wait till those two future jailbirds read the Morning Post tomorrow. Walter turns to Hildy, and they suddenly smile at each other. Hildy. How was that for a tight squeeze? Burns. Don't tell me you were worried. Hildy. Worried? I was petrified, weren't you? Burns. As long as we were in there together pitching, they couldn't lick us. Well, it's been a lot of fun. Hildy. In a way. Burns laughs. I mean, working together. Just like the old days. The things we've been through, Hildy. Hildy. We've certainly been in some swell jams. Remember the time we broke into the DA's office and copied Fifi Randall's diary? Yeah. What about the time we hid the missing heiress in the sauerkraut factory? 6 scoop interviews. Yeah, but that time we stole old lady Haggerty's stomach off the coroner's physician. We proved she was poisoned, though, didn't we? We sure did, but we had to go in hiding for a week. In the Shoreland Hotel. And our only chaperone was the poor old lady's stomach. Don't remind me. That's how we happened to... She breaks off. There's a moment's pause. Burns. Sorry, Hildy. I didn't mean to be making love to another man's fiancée. Hildy. That's all right, Walter. It's as much my fault as yours. Burns, glancing at the clock. Bruce is making the 9 o'clock train. I told him you'd be on it, unless you want to write this story yourself. Hildy. Well, if it's my last story, I'd like it to be a good one, but I guess I can't, Walter. Suit yourself, kid. This isn't for me to decide. Of course, you could make a later train and still be in Albany tomorrow morning. Yeah, I suppose I could, but Walter... He's going to have you the rest of his life, Hildy. Can't you give me another hour? I don't know what to do, Walter. Flip a coin. All right. She takes a coin from her bag. Heads I go, tails I stay to write the story. Ready? Close up, Burns, gazing nervously at the hand holding the coin. Burns. Ready. Close shot, Burns and Hildy. She flips and catches the coin. She holds it tightly clasped in her hand, afraid to look. They stare at each other a second. Burns, nervously. Well, what is it? Hildy, almost breaking. What's the difference? I'm going to write that story and you know it. She puts the coin away without looking at it. Burns rushes to her, tries to take her in his arms. Hildy. Don't touch me. I'm not doing it for you. Then why are you doing it? Because I'm a newspaper woman. Heaven help me. Dissolve to montage shots. Interior city room. Hildy typing away furiously. Copy boy tearing sheets from her typewriter as she writes. Burns coming in and tearing sheets from typewriter. Line type machines. Presses going. Headline. The Post saves Earl Williams. Dissolve to interior Burns office. Headline. Post saves Earl Williams. Over this, sound of newsboys calling, extra, extra. Camera draws back to rest of story. Impeachment proceedings launched against mayor for attempting to conceal governor's reprieve. Camera draws back further to the byline. by Hildegard Johnson. Camera draws back still further to disclose Burns and Hildy looking at paper on Burns' desk. Burns, enthusiastically, "The greatest yarn ever written by anybody. My hat's off to you, Hildy." Hildy, grimly, "Thanks." Burns, "And what a way to quit, while you're still champion. That's the way to leave, Hildy." "Yeah, only I'm not leaving, Walter." "What do you mean? Bruce will be waiting for you in Albany." "No, he won't. I wired him that I wasn't coming." Close up, Burns. "Where'd you wire him?" "On the 9 o'clock train. That's the one he took, isn't it?" "Sure." Medium shot. "It's awfully clear now. Bruce needs a wife who can give him a home, and affection and peace. I couldn't do that for him, Walter. I'm what you made me, a cheap reporter who'd give up her soul for a story. Is that job still open?" "Both jobs are open, Hildy. The paper and being Mrs. Walter Burns." "Thanks, Walter, but it's no good. We tried it." "Sure it was good. It was wonderful. Only you expected it to be like other marriages. It can't be like other marriages. We're different. We're a different world. Look at what we went through today. I wouldn't trade that for any honeymoon in the world. I bet you wouldn't either." "A fine honeymoon with a murderer right in the boudoir. And that other honeymoon in a coal mine." "That's what makes it romantic. Every other married couple goes away on a honeymoon, and for 2 weeks the bride knows just where the groom is and vice versa. But us, you never know where I am and I'm not sure where you are. That's romance. Well, maybe I'd like to know just once." "Hildy, if that's what you want, all right. We'll even go to, how about Niagara Falls?" "Niagara Falls? Walter, you don't mean that." "Sure I do. And I'll tell you something else. I'd like a baby." "Walter." "Sure, I can't last forever. I want a son I can train to take my place on this paper." "What would you do if it was a daughter?" "Well, if she looked like you, say, my brains and your looks, that mightn't be such a bad combination." "What's the matter with my brains?" "What's the good of arguing about something that probably doesn't exist? Look, Hildy, I'm proposing to you. What do you say?" "Well, I'd like to be ladylike and think it over." "I don't want to rush you. Take a couple of seconds." Medium shot at door. Louis marches in with a judge, half-dressed. Louis has the judge in a tight grip. Medium close shot. Burns. "Hello, Judge." Judge. "This is an outrage, Mr. Burns. Sending a gunman to kidnap me?" Burns. "Now wait a minute, Judge. This isn't a kidnapping. You've got the legal power to perform a marriage ceremony, haven't you?" Hildy. "What?" Burns. "Now don't argue, Hildy." To Judge. "How about it, Judge?" Judge. "Yes, but..." Burns. "Then go ahead. Come on, Hildy." Hildy. "Nobody's going to rush me into anything." As Louis sticks a gun in her ribs. "You keep away from me." But she's scared. Louis. "All right, Judge." Interior, city room, medium shot. Reporters are standing on desks to watch through the glass partition of Burns's office. First reporter. "I'll be doggoned. A shotgun marriage." Second reporter. "Don't they usually keep the gun on the man?" Interior, Burns' office, close shot, Judge, reading the marriage ceremony. "So long as you both do live?" Burns. "I will." Group shot. Hildy. "That's what he said the last time. Don't believe him, Judge." Burns. "Hildy, from this time on, no tricks, no double-crossing, everything on the level." "You're not fooling anybody." Judge, continuing. Hildegard Johnson, will you have this man as your wedded husband, to live together in the ordinances and estate of matrimony? Hildy. What would you do with a gun in your back? Louis, poking her. Quiet. Judge. Will you love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness or in health? Hildy. If I know where he is. Judge. And forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, as long as you both do live. Hildy. I will, if he will. Judge, to Burns. Have you got a ring? Burns starts searching his pockets. Then, to Hildy. He takes ring off. How about Bruce's? Hildy. Walter, you can't do that. Burns. Sure I can. Look at the policy I gave him. Placing Bruce's ring on Hildy's finger. With this ring I thee wed, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow, and thereto I plight thee my troth. Interior, city room, close shot. Reporter. Say, I'm surprised she got the ring back. Interior, Burns' office, close shot, group. Judge. Pronounce you man and wife. Burns throws his arms around Hildy and kisses her. Burns. Hildy, darling. Hildy. Yes, Hildy, darling, I'm just a fool. That's what I am. I know what it's going to be like. It'll be heaven. Sure, heaven. You've probably thought up another coal mine to send me down in to get a new story for your paper. Hildy turns over copy of the extra lying on Burns's desk. Close up, Hildy. She stops cold. Walter? Insert newspaper. Counterfeit passer caught. Attempting to pass $500 worth of counterfeit money at the Union Station, a man giving his name as Bruce Baldwin of Albany, New York, was arrested last night. Two shot, Burns and Hildy. Hildy. Counterfeit money? That's the money you sent me, Walter. You... Walter, starting to run. But Hildy, listen. Medium, full shot. Burns retreats from Hildy. She runs after him. He dashes through glass-pane door into adjoining office. Hildy throws her bag at him and it smashes the glass pane in the door. Interior, adjoining office, close shot, Burns and Hildy. She is pursuing him around table similar to one in Burns' office. Burns. But Hildy, I can explain. Hildy. You... Interior, Burns' office, close shot, Judge and Louis. Louis. I think it's going to work out all right this time. Fade out. The end.